Hello and welcome to Election Night, Election Time News Election Center. It is the first election night of the season tonight, and it is currently 7:10 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are now looking at the completely blank results for the Texas Senate primary. Still doing a little bit of setup here, but we have quite a few interesting races tonight all across the country. Specifically, the most interesting of those being for the Texas Senate contest, which we'll be watching as soon as those polls close. We have Jasmine Crockett versus James Tallarico for the Democrats versus, for the Republicans, the main candidates being John Cornyn, Wesley Hunt, and Ken Paxton. And then additionally, we have a few other contested primaries going into the cycle, including Texas 23rd House District, Tony Gonzalez, very scandal-plagued, versus Brandon Herrera. And we also have multiple other contests throughout the rest of the nation that we will also be keeping an eye on over the course of the night. But until right now, as of right now, the polls close, as you can see in the bottom right corner, in 17 minutes and 55 seconds. And so we are going to be waiting until then very eagerly to start getting the first results in tonight. Now, there is unfortunately a delay in the results in North Carolina. There were a few precincts that had some issues going on, so actually I believe the first polls will not close until all the way until 8 p.m. For most of the state of Texas. So until then, we do have quite a few things to look over as far as what we can expect tonight. And so we probably do have a lot longer until the first polls close, again with that delay that was announced about an hour-ish ago. And so I'm going to pop out the chat here real quick. There we go. See if we can get this. And so now we have wrong window. There we go. We have some results coming in. Is first going to actually be from Texas. And so this is going to be, of course, the Democratic and Republican primaries between these two parties. And so, oh my goodness, even RCP has it? Okay. But specifically, the Texas GOP and Democratic primaries are the ones that everyone is going to be looking at. If we can find the... There we go. Here they are. And so these two have been the main ones that everyone's been watching. The RCP average has shifted hard to Tallarico over the past day, specifically with this YouGov poll that came out earlier today, or right at the end of last night after I recorded the prediction video, unfortunately. So that was not there. But Tallarico up by 13, but that is 7% undecided, so it could get a little bit closer, but he is clearing 50%, and he's actually clearing 50% in all three of these polls. They do have showing here. So that is a big showing for Tallarico here, that we may end up seeing a relatively decisive victory here tonight. A reminder that in Texas, if no candidate reaches 50% plus 1 votes, then the top 2 vote getters go to a runoff, and the runoffs are not until late May. So that's probably what's going to happen for the Republican primary, as there is no candidate that is reaching over 50%. Now, Paxton could clear 50%. It depends on how strongly these undecideds go for Paxton versus Cornyn versus Hunt. Hunt may completely end up underperforming these polls. We've seen this happen earlier in the year with contests, specifically in New York City, that we did see that sort of phenomenon happen with Curtis Sliwa. In New York City, they got a lot less of the vote than was expected. But the main focus here is going to be, will there be a runoff here, or will there be a decisive winner? Which would be somewhat unexpected, but is absolutely possible. And so it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that all night. This could potentially take quite a long time. The last polls that close are going to be in the western chunk of the state over here, El Paso and Hudspeth counties. The slight clips of them are in Mountain Time. The rest of the state is in Central Time. So those polls will not close until 7 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then now, since we have the hour delay in North Carolina, the first polls there will not close until 8:30 p.m., which is when Arkansas is due as well. So there are over 6,000 contests happening tonight. And if we look at North Carolina, there are a few interesting contests for the U.S. House that we're going to be watching. U.S. Senate in North Carolina, we can see here the polls originally are set to close in 13 minutes, but there are a few. We might get some results here, but yes, we are using our partner Civic API. We've had a partnership since basically the beginning of the year, and so yeah, we're gonna keep using that. We're also we try to use some smaller creators as well. This is also this is Tolgay's Senate primary predictor odds, essentially, and those are both creators on Twitter that have under 1,000 followers, so we try to keep it kind of in the network there. But again, North Carolina, not sure if we're going to get any results early on in the night because we did have that delay in results. That's going to be from a few, I think it was literally just a few precincts in one county, but I don't know if it was a statewide halt for an hour or if it was just that one area. Well, I guess we'll have to see when the polls are expected to close in 12 minutes and counting down. So what we're looking at tonight. So the main focus is going to be, again, on this because of how consequential it is. Not only is it an actually contested Senate primary, right? North Carolina, that's not the case, right? It's going to be easily Michael Whatley for the Republicans and Roy Cooper for the Democrats. Basically no contest. We'll be able to call those on poll closing. But we will not be able to do that for these contests here that we have Republicans or Democrats. Likely they'll go one way or the other, but it's not able to be called on poll closing, that's for sure. And so, let's make sure this is open. And all right, make sure everything's settled and ready to go. Perfect. Make sure this is, there we go. All right, and there's that. Okay. All right. So, I was expecting, of course, the polls are going to close in 10 minutes. That is the countdown on the bottom right of the screen there. That's the countdown to when the North Carolina polls kind of should be closing. But I'm actually going to stop that because I'm not 100% sure if they are going to close. And if they do, then I don't know. I'm gonna check really quick and see if they are in fact going to close, or if we're going to have to wait another half hour for results, in which case I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do, but we can probably just, we'll find something to look at. Potentially, we'll probably look more into 2026 in general. North Carolina poll closing. Let's see what we got. Halifax County due to issue at one single precinct. Well, all of North Carolina. Well, that sucks. All right, so we have another half hour to play with then. I will set the clock here for 8 o'clock. Then that, no, not 22, 8 o'clock. Thank you. There we go. All right, and so now, I hate this clock. Over here. And wait, hold on a minute. Isn't the... Yeah, my icon's right there. Why does it say ETN America? Oh, boy. All right. So we're gonna have to just look at things a little bit longer, I guess. So first off, let's look at the potential... Yeah, it literally says E... What is going on? Why does it show this? Very irritating. All right, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I don't know why the ETN America logo is the one that's showing up there when I have my channel icon set to the general one. Remove, upload, icons, ETN new logo, done, publish, go. Okay. Yeah, looks fine now. All right, hold on. Okay, well, reload Studio real quickly so it doesn't interrupt anything. Hello to everybody. If you are just joining us, we are waiting now. Turns out the North Carolina polls will not close at 7:30. They are delayed for an hour. It still says America. That's annoying. I don't understand why. They are delayed for an hour because there were issues in a specific county at one precinct, and so now the entire state is delayed by 1 hour, which means that we will not have any poll closings, any information until 8 p.m. when we will start looking at Texas. And so it's a little bit annoying, but we can look at the general picture for 2026 in the meantime. Let's grab, there we go. Yeah, there's our redistricting wars status. If you're interested in this, you can go to redistricting.electiontimenews.com and it will redirect you right over here. You can stay up to date on the status of the redistricting wars, chances of redistricting, how things are going currently in the plan, and stay up to date on how things are going and who's in the lead, which is currently the Democrats by just about 1 seat nationwide. It was 2, but then yesterday the Supreme Court ordered a stay to be done for the lower court decision, which means that Democrats will not probably end up netting a seat from New York City, that region there. So now they're only up by 1, and that is mostly due to the fact that Texas probably isn't, Ohio isn't actually 1 full seat, as well as Florida not being all the way through there. So Virginia is actually more than Florida. You can look at all the math there yourself. But the main focus here is going to be senatorial. Will Texas get closer tonight? This is basically an average of how I expect both candidates to do if, depending on how things were to go. Basically, if you take how I'd expect Tallarico and Crockett to do, they'd probably lose by about 3.7%. So if you then take that, that's going to be a lean red margin. It's going to be closer if it's Tallarico. It's going to be a little bit farther, but still lean if it's Crockett, meaning that there is potential for an upset. New Mexico is now safe based on the because the Republican didn't qualify for the ballot. And so that's obviously going to be a huge blow, because, I mean, Kamala Harris only won the state by 6 points, but that's another national ramification level thing going on there. And so that's going to hurt the Republicans, but there's nothing they can do about it at this point. And so I believe that is everything right now. Yep. Narrowly looking at some safe margins in some states, some narrowly likely margins, but this is the current projection for the Senate. Democrats narrowly expected to take the Senate, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they miss Ohio and Alaska as of right now. But it's going to come down to Texas tonight. The Republicans, if they nominate Paxton and the Democrats nominate Tallarico, then this is going to probably drop to tilt immediately. Which really goes to show how this really is just going to be the perfect combination of everything that the Democrats have built in Texas so far as not only infrastructure as they've continued to do better, but in general, just their demographics, who they're doing well with, and specifically the national environment, which I'm now just completely like opening up everything. That I'm probably just going to close it in a few months. But considering the fact that Trump's approval rating is slowly dropping, barely, but still dropping, and especially amongst Texas, amongst those 2024 voters. Oh, he's underwater now in 2024 voters in Iowa. That's a new development. But Texas minus 2.3 amongst the 2024 voters. He won Texas by 13.7%. So the fact that he is basically, that is almost a 16-point shift, if you will. That's not going to bode well, and it's mostly driven by the fact that Hispanic voters are at minus 25, which is really what drove Texas so far to the left. What you might expect is probably, if it's going to be a blue state, I'm going to do what basically a 50-50 map would look like this coming November. And so it's going to start out with, obviously, almost every single one of Texas' 254 counties going red. And then you're going to build up the numbers for the Democrats from the bottom up, because this is just this is how Democrats get their math, is they lose basically by huge numbers everywhere across the rurals, right? I mean, 60 points, 85 in Armstrong County, right? 80, 88, 65, 91 in King County. Harris got 6 votes. How many did Biden get? 8. Wow. Brutal. I mean, 70, right? Like, all these counties are obscenely Republican, but the Democrats rack up these numbers in these urban regions, right? I mean, that's 228,000 votes. That nullifies, like, the entire northern panhandle over here, right? Then you have Dallas, which does this entire chunk. And then you have Bexar, which does a few of these counties. Now, you have these mini exurban cities out over here, and also some of these suburban-esque counties that voted for Trump that really just completely shut down everything that happened here, and that's why Harris lost by so much. But anyway, the big few counties that the Democrats need, there's always a key few number of counties that Democrats need to build up their numbers from in order to get anywhere in any state. And in Texas, there's the big 5. You have Dallas, Harris, Bexar, Travis, and El Paso. And all of those Democrats need to win by a large margin in order to be able to put up any good numbers in the state of Texas. Kamala Harris did win all of these counties, not by the margin she needed to. For example, Harris County has been slipping. Clinton won it by 12.5, for example, even, right? Clinton won Bexar by 13.5. Biden won them by 18 and 13, right? Which is actually a trend to the right because Texas shifted so hard to the left from 2016 to 2020. Trump got basically the same amount of vote, though. It was just that all the third-party voters voted for Biden. We are now at 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and we do not have anything in North Carolina. Again, as we have said before now, that all the results are going to be delayed an hour because there was an issue in a precinct in, I forget what county already, but they are going to be delayed now until 8:30 p.m., so the first results will be coming in from the majority of Texas at 8 p.m. on the East Coast. You can check how long we have until the next poll is closed in the handy-dandy blue box on the bottom right of the screen that I have set up there. And so, we have these are the majority counties. Now, with the numbers in Texas, Democrats need to do well with minority voters. Texas as a state is one of just a few that is actually majority minority. And the largest voter block is white voters. If we pull up Dave's redistricting here, we can see that official maps. Let's just look at Texas. This is just easy to get. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. This is the current map that they're going to be using tonight for primary results. And we're also going to go over the issues with this map, how they completely drew themselves potentially into oblivion here. But, and look at the partisanship. You can already kind of see some problems. But this is 2016 to 2020. Let's make it the 2020 2024. And so you can see that in Texas as a whole, it's only 43.2% white. If you look at statistics for the state as a whole, we have 56% minority. And so Democrats generally do well with minority voters. And so if they're able to put up good numbers in the minority voters, especially along the southern corridor, the Rio Grande Valley, then that shows that they're doing well elsewhere. You can see that Harris struggled here, and you can see that shown through Bexar County, which if we then look at the county, we can see that it is 69% oh, that's the District 20. There we go. We can see that it is 59% Hispanic. So obviously the fact that Harris struggled so badly here shows that she did poorly with Hispanic voters. And you can see over here, 95% Hispanic Webb County, Cameron County, 89.5%, 92% in Hidalgo, Starr County, 97.7%. This is one of the most right-trending counties in the entire country. 60% for Clinton, voted for Biden by 5, and then Trump by 16. That, over those 8 years, is a whopping 76% shift to the right, which is completely unrivaled almost anywhere. And, I mean, you have Maverick County, which is right about in that same region, but that is basically, I think that actually is the most right-trending county in the entire country between those elections. So you need, for Democrats to signify that you're doing well with Hispanic voters, you need strong showouts in the Rio Grande Valley. And so we might be looking at 2016 levels, where Hillary Clinton did very well with Hispanic voters. And I believe if we look at the numbers here, I'm not 100% sure if you can find this out this way, but no, it doesn't look like it. You can see Clinton won these 3 districts very handily in 2016. Even District 9, she only lost by 5,100 votes. District 23, she only lost by 7. So some of those districts are already potentially looking very concerningly close. But the point is that, and you can see a lot of these other ones because the white vote in Texas is sliding to the left in some of these suburbs. But anyway, you're going to want to see numbers like Clinton put up in 2016. And so that's going to be in places like Culberson County, or let me turn on tooltips so that I don't look like a bumbling idiot here. You know, Brewster County, it's probably not going to revert all the way back, potentially just a likely margin, right? Reeves County, that's probably going to potentially end up being a lean margin, right? And then you just color all this in safe blue, and you're going to potentially have some of these counties that haven't voted for the Democrats on the presidential level since Clinton coming back for the Democrats to be able to show that they're potentially going to be viable again in the future. Maybe not on the, probably not on the same level. I mean, they've shifted conservatively just in general, but if we're looking at how well they could do this November, then, trends could go really anywhere when we're looking at, elections like that. And then we're going to be looking again at the other counties. Obviously, it's not just going to be in the southern part of the state. This shows off well for the Democrats here, but it's not everything. The Democrats also have to put up what Biden built in the suburbs. And this is where Biden did very well. He actually improved so well in the suburbs that he did better in the state despite doing way worse with Hispanic voters in the South. Was he improved with white voters? And this is where you're going to be seeing in places like Tarrant, Denton, Collin counties, right? Tarrant County, Biden won it in 2020. He won it by 0.22%, won 1,800 votes. Harris narrowly lost it, but only by 5 points when she lost the state by 13. So that means that it voted to the left of the state as a whole. So that's going to be a likely blue county if Talarico is to be even with Paxton. If we're looking at Collin County, that would be a lean blue county, which would be a county that hasn't voted blue presidentially going all the way back to 1976. No, it voted red in 1976, which was the last time that the state went blue, but that's because the usually the rurals used to be a bit more Republican. The suburbs were very Republican back in those days. Last time I voted blue was for Johnson in 1964. And so you can see that huge shift. I voted for Trump by 16.7% in 2016, all the way down to 4.4 in 2020. So if the suburbs continue to trend, and especially very harshly against Trump like we saw in 2018, then things can get very interesting in some of these closer counties. I'm also going to be looking at Denton County, 13.1. That would narrowly flip and vote for Talarico. We have some hope here as, I forget who it was, but they actually did flip that seat. Wow, all right. 1:30 in the morning. That's some dedication right there. I mean, this would also be another suburban county, but we did see his name flash into my head for like a tenth of a second. And I can picture his face too. But he did narrowly flip in a surprise, a special election for a state Senate seat in Texas, in Tarrant and into Denton County. So that was also a great sign for Democrats doing well statewide there, especially in those suburbs where they need to be performing well. Also, some suburbs is going to be specifically Williamson and Bell County. Bell County would, in fact, be lean, but it is a bit more elastic, so it probably would end up being tilt or potentially going for the Democrats there. Williamson would be a likely county. Biden did win that one in 2020. And then we also have Hayes County. This is one that Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it by 10.8, and then Harris won it by 5. This would be a safe blue county. And then finally, another Hispanic-heavy county, Fort Bend. That would be a safe county. Some other ones that Democrats haven't won in a while. I mean, Obama won Jefferson County. It actually was a Democratic county for a while. And then Trump flipped it in 2016, and it actually hasn't looked back. But Democrats would likely be able to win this county, flipping it again. Jasmine Crockett's probably going to win it. It's a very, I believe, black-heavy county. That's not accurate right now. Very black-heavy county. And we're also going to be looking at some margins in some southern counties down over here. Bastrop County would be closer to about a maybe a lean margin, potentially likely. It's an ex-urban county. It does have some inner blue sections over here. This is Bastrop. You can see it has some outer chunks, not so heavy red in here. Central Bastrop as well. And the same thing here for Caldwell County, which would actually be tilt red. And that's going to be with Lockhart there and some also outer parts of San Marcos and outer Austin as well. And then you do have um, Waller County would be right about 12 points there. You could potentially see some movement there. That's a bit of a Republican chunk, though, so it really depends on how well he does with Hispanic voters. We can look at it over here. That's kind of this stretch right here. If we highlight the counties, you can see right here, it's really just this section trying to carry the entire county, plus Hempstead? I don't even know. Then down here, you have Brazoria County, which would be another one that would potentially go likely or lean. It's kind of on the border either way. It could go either way, but then essentially you just have the entire rest of the state going safe red for basically whoever ends up running, but the margins would get dropped for a lot of these candidates, specifically for Paxton here, which would be enough to help him, right? But in the end, this is basically a dead even county map, assuming that you have great Hispanic vote numbers and that you also have strong suburban white voters doing well in those areas too. You need a combination of both. And if Tallarico isn't able to turn that out, then Paxton will be the next senator from the state of Texas. If he can, which would be uniting basically the Hillary Clinton 2016 coalition with the Joe Biden 2020 coalition, then you will have the first Democratic senator from Texas in 38 years, since Lloyd Benson in 1988. So it's a tall task to ask, obviously. You need to be able to get out there, and I mean, way too many people in the printing community remember the ill-fated story of Beto O'Rourke, who was supposed to be some amazing superstar who would be able to finally flip Texas, and he was the amazing one, and he was the only one who could do it, and he pushed through the primary, and he did great, and it was Ted Cruz, who nobody liked, and, I mean, he was going for a second term, so he was barely an incumbent, and he was known for, leaving the state during, actually, I don't even think that had happened yet, but he wasn't very popular, and it was going to be a huge blue wave year, and everything was going right, and he was only losing the polls by like 5, and it was by 2.5. So it has not been the only time that Democrats have been completely flopped in Texas. And then you go and look at Beto O'Rourke's last bout, which was challenging Greg Abbott in 2022, which was obviously a red year, but he lost by 11. And I think even if it was the 2018 environment, he probably would have lost by about 6. So it's just difficult to see a Democrat winning. And so almost more so now than it was in 2018. If it can't happen now, I can't see it happening for the next decade. Unless there's continually more trends towards Democrats in the state of Texas. Okay, so it is 7:44. We have 15 minutes until the polls close. So now let's look at the problem with this map. This Texas map was supposed to be the answer for the Republicans to be able to get 5 seats from the Democrats, right? They would take 5 seats from the Democrats, easy, clean, net 5 seats. It's easy, right? Republican state, they should be able to do pretty well. But they they assumed they would hold on to their Hispanic vote gains they made in 2024. Because, I mean, if I show you the map in 2024, you'd say, oh, this is an easy, safe map, that they did very well here. And honestly, as far as the 2024 map goes, look at this. This is fine. That's 10 points, right? And that's 10 points. That's Quellar's district. That would be de-seating him. That's going to be difficult, but possible? That's a 14-point district. That's fine, right? That's a 10-point district. It's a little bit risky considering that you don't have an incumbent there, but that's probably going to be okay. You have an incumbent here, and that's an 18-point district. That's easily going to be safe, right? If you look at the House, you can see that's Quellar's district. That's going to be a little bit difficult. Gonzalez district, but that is going to be a 10-point margin. You're looking at an 18-point margin in De La Cruz district, right? Meanwhile, you're going to pick off the Democrats here. That's a 17-point margin in a district with no incumbents. 24th district, that's 17 or 16 points. That's not going to swing that hard. So based on the 2024 map, this looks fine. But if you flip it to the composite 2020, 2024, you can start to see the issues, especially in the Rio Grande Valley. Now, all of a sudden, Cuellar's district is D+5. And this is a guy who wins in a district. It's not Cuellar. I'll get to that in a minute. Cuellar won. He won in a district that Trump won by 2. If we look at Vote Hub, which is, oh my word, I love Vote Hub. We're going to be looking at them a little bit today, specifically. We're going to be mostly looking at Civic API, but for some of the larger counties, Vote Hub somehow managed to get precinct level results in counties like Dallas and or Dallas County, Denton County, Harris County. So I'll be using them for that, but for the most part, we're going to be using that. But anyway, the 2024 election, if we look at the 28th district, we can see that Trump won it by 8. And on that same ballot, Cuellar won by 5. That's a 13-point overperformance of Harris. 13 points. You think he's not going to be able to win? He's going to win by a safe margin in November, because you also have a blue environment. 23rd district, which is Gonzalez, who's probably going to lose his primary tonight, which is going to be a race we're watching very closely. He wins by 25. Here, it's an R+10 district. How big of an overperformer is he? Well, he wins by 24, right? This district is the 23rd. If we look at the 23rd district, if we can get to it, we can see that Trump won it by 16. So he overperformed by 8 points. That's pretty strong. But now he's scandal-plagued and stuff, and you're looking at a 10-point margin when he's going to potentially be de-seated, and you're going to have Herrera probably beating him in the Republican primary tonight. So there's another issue. How about the no incumbent seat in 35? That's R+3. 6-point margin. No incumbent. Hispanic majority. Blue year. What's going to happen here? What are you looking at in the 15th district that's now 8.4-point margin, right? De La Cruz district. It's the 15th, right? We're looking at the 15th district. Texas 15. No, stop. Texas 15. 18-point margin for Trump. That's an 8-point margin. 18 and 14. De La Cruz underperformed Trump by 4. So if he's underperforming Trump by 4, that means that he could win by as little as 5. And that's a composite of 2020 to 2024. That includes 2024 results. That includes 2022, which was a red year. And 2020, which was relatively okay and a little bit blue in Texas, but in the southern part of the Rio Grande was relatively red-shifted for 2016. If you're looking at 2016 numbers for Hispanic voters, as we saw, Hillary Clinton won this district. What are you going to be putting up in these districts? And 34, that's only R plus, what, 1 point, that's only R plus 0.7. How are you expecting to de-seat Gonzalez when he won in a district that Trump won by like 9? So that's the main issue, and that's not even getting into District 9, which has shifted hard to the right because of a majority Hispanic population. Look at that voting age population 2020, 58.6% Hispanic. That's not getting into 32, which has no incumbents, and it's only R+7, which is suburban white, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to pick up. So if Democrats pull it off right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. They may net +2 if they... Now, this would be the chances are like the same as having 5 dice and rolling all ones. But they have a chance to net seats out of Texas when they were supposed to lose. Or, well, as far as this goes, they probably wouldn't gain anything. Even De La Cruz district was the only one that was really even close to cracking here. And maybe Gonzalez, if he won the primary tonight, he'd be at risk. But other than that, all of these other districts were going to be safe. Even in a blue wave year, they would hold. Now, you're looking at potentially Democrats netting positive seats in Texas, which was not supposed to happen. So, obviously, potentially going to backfire, but it could it could end up definitely being a very peculiar contest indeed. So now we're looking at 8 p.m. The first results are going to start coming in from Texas. We are waiting only 9 more minutes before the first polls close across the entire eastern starboard of Texas. That is all of the counties except for El Paso and some of Hudspeth counties. Those are in Mountain Time. The entire rest of the state is going to close. And so that includes also some of the Texas House primaries. Texas U.S. House 33, we are down to 8 minutes before the polls close. And so now, election night is finally going to officially start across the country. And with that, will start the official 2026 election season. So very exciting here, and kind of disappointing that there's not actually going to be any real... I should technically not have this set for that anyway, but, you know, whatever. I'm gonna set that so that it's... yeah. Set it's now to, the actual official poll closings, but anyway. Oh, I'm gonna have to change this too. I just have to add this, and we're good to go. I'm actually bump that up to the top so it's alphabetical. Okay. All right, all good to go. So, 16 viewers. Thank you so much for being here. For all of you who are here, this is an open stream. We don't have too much to focus on. So, questions will be answered on stream and are also encouraged. If you want me to look at any race over the course of the night, then feel free to ask away and request races to look at. I don't think we even really have any actual results yet, but alas, we will in just a few minutes across the eastern chunk of Texas, and that will be the signifier that election night has officially started and the start of the election season itself, which is very exciting. We've been waiting a good few months for this, and so here we are. I'm gonna bump these up here. Come on, there we go. And so we're gonna be watching the needle to see who's likely to win based off of early results that are gonna start coming in here from across the state of Texas. In the meantime, I will be here answering questions and quickly grabbing some dinner. So, anyone have any questions, then feel free to ask. We have a good few minutes before the polls close. Again, 6 minutes before the polls close in the state of Texas. All right. So, essentially, the big first thing is going to be Texas House 33, right? The Democrats, they have Julie Johnson. This was one of the packed-in districts here. There used to be 3 districts up here, now there's 2. Johnson got redistricted from the 32nd into the 33rd, and is now running up against Colin Allred, who you may remember from who ran against Ted Cruz in 2024 for Senate, and lost by only 8.5. which was a 5-point overperformance. But most of that was actually probably from Ted Cruz on popularity. I'll be muting my mic for a little bit because I'm going to be having some dinner real quick. But I will be watching for questions. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Don't go anywhere. I'm still here, and we will be getting updates when the polls close in just 4 minutes. All right, so, okay, my mouse had a lot more obviously full than I thought it would. All right, polls close in just 3 minutes now. Less than 3. We're looking at, yeah, literally like just under 3 minutes. And this is essentially it. We're going to be looking at how things go, specifically in the big blue counties. The typically blue counties are going to be where the more progressive voters are, the ones that are more going to probably be Team Crockett. She's going to need to win less counties than a traditional Democrat would because the more Democrats live in the blue counties. Shocking, I know. But if we look at a model here, done also by Tolgay. I'm going to go to Cooper. Expectations for the margins. It's going to be a blowout. He's going to probably get over 80% of the vote. Here currently, I believe these assumptions are based off of some polls. I forget what, but some specific crosstabs. It has Tallarico winning by 7.6%. It's going to be down to, again, Jefferson, again, as we said, heavy black county. You can see some of these other ones on the eastern chunk as well, but it's going to be Dallas, Travis County, but Tallarico is going to probably win Bexar based off of his Hispanic vote share. Harris County as well. That's way too close right there. As you can see, Crockett needs to put up much better numbers in Harris County in order to be able to win. And so, yeah, the thing that sucks about North Carolina not closing when I thought it would. Why is there nothing in here? Like, the county just doesn't exist. LaSalle County does not exist for the Republicans. That's peculiar. Did they just lose all their voter rolls? Okay, we are now down to 50 seconds before the polls close. 50 seconds before the polls close. And so we are now coming down to the beginning of election night in America. The beginning of the election season. 2026 election cycle. Starting in just a few seconds, down to 20 seconds for the polls close across the eastern half, more than half of Texas, everywhere except for El Paso and Hudspeth counties. And of course, that's not going to mean that people can't vote. There are still voters in line. They're required to be allowed to still vote. But we are now looking at the polls closing at 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Election night starts now. We cannot obviously make any projections, but the polls have just closed across eastern Texas, meaning that now we are officially in the 2026 election cycle. It has begun, and there are obviously no projections to be made, but the first votes should be coming in over the next few minutes. They could come very quickly. but as of right now, it is still too early to make any projections, and we have half an hour before any full statewide votes can be made. Any statewide calls, which will be at 8:30, which should be in North Carolina and Arkansas. So, here now we just do the fun part, not fun part, which is the waiting. But it has officially begun, and the polls have now closed across the eastern chunk of Texas, all again, except for El Paso and Hudspeth counties, which are in Mountain Time. So, we are looking ahead, and the consequences of the Senate elections in Texas, the Senate primaries, are potentially going to be huge, as it could potentially give Democrats another Senate opportunity seat. Even if they don't end up winning, the National Democrats and the National Republicans are going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on this race, which will be the third Texas Senate race in a row that will actually be contested, which will be probably a first in decades. Give me a minute. I'm going to take a bite here. These are our current Senate projections. 51 for the Democrats, 49 for the Republicans, and these are not nowcasts. This is not saying that this is what the election results will look like if the election were to happen now. This is saying what, as of right now, if nothing unexpected happens, if nothing ridiculous happens, etc., this is what will happen on November 3rd, which is now 8 months to the day away. And so this is generally assuming in Texas an average between Tallarico and Crockett, narrowly leaning a little bit more towards Tallarico since he's a little bit greater of a chance to end up winning tonight. There are still no results yet in the state of Texas, which stinks, but we gotta let them take their time and count. In the meantime, we are still going to be, of course, waiting for those results from North Carolina and Arkansas. Both of those will be coming in at 8:30. Now, after the... spoke too soon. All right, so here we go. They actually do have precinct-level results in quite a few counties, and Jasmine Crockett is in the lead by 6.8%. It says it right there. I don't know why on earth I was doing the math myself, and very badly at that. And so we are currently looking at, oh wow, Fort Worth dropped a huge chunk. The problem is that I don't want to have to search for counties. Approximately 8% reporting so far. We're also looking at some of these outer counties here. I'm not sure where they're getting their results from because I don't know. They might just be getting it better than that means that this doesn't have anything either because it runs off of Civic. Yeah, okay. All right. But yeah, we're looking at Denton County, a lot for Tallarico. This is showing what we expected. Suburban white voters are voting for Tallarico. You can see these large swaths here. If we look at, I'm going to bring back up the 2024 map, as we can then compare a bit. If we look and zoom in, I don't care about that. You can unload the rest of that. It's going to take us time. But you can see almost 1-to-1. Come on. There we go. That's Denton County. And this is what we're looking at tonight. This is going to be a long night. You can see almost 1-to-1. Except it's actually retracted a bit. Oh my. Central Denton is showing out for Tallarico, even though it voted for Kamala Harris. You can see this eastern chunk, like Little Elm, actually voted more for Trump, but here it's voting out for Crockett. You see down here, Louisville area, that's showing up for Harris and also Crockett. And then down over here, randomly, a heavy Trump area showing up for Crockett. Probably just more progressive Democrats in that region down over here in the near the Fort Worth Alliance Airport area. Looking down here in Tarrant County, you can see right here you have this weird, almost backwards N shape of Democratic votes, and come on. Oh boy. This is going to be a fun night. This is great information, but it'd be really helpful if, there we go. There's that backwards N. You can see the large chunks in here are Eastern Arlington. Going over here, you can see this arch right here, straight through Forest Hill, Central Tarrant. Then you see that there's a complete lack in Central Fort Worth right here that didn't show up for Crockett. Where it did show up for Tallarico. And so that's going to be interesting. I think I wonder what if you look at the demographics of that area, then that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do what happened to the... There used to be a way that you could look at where, like, the demographics were. Oh, well. But yeah, we're looking now at a potential... I mean, this is just outer Dallas central area here. That's not unexpected. You can even see that over here. Not that much, though. So the Forney area over here in Kaufman County is actually showing out for Crockett, but it did not for Kamala Harris. So, again, it has to do with White Settlement. That is a phenomenal name. I think that's actually part of the area that the Democrat managed to flip in Texas. But that's fun. Uh-oh. Civic API crash? Alright, let me check real quick on something. Oh man. Alright, so yeah, it might be getting overloaded. I don't know if it's yeah, it's going real slow. I'm honestly gonna... It might be my computer. I don't know. I'm gonna drop those actually, unless these still don't... I don't know what I'm gonna do right now. Because I don't know if this can handle the... Let me just open this back up here. There we go. Because I don't know if it's gonna... Okay, the statewide portal isn't reporting anything. That's delightful. I don't know where on earth they're getting their numbers from then. And now VoteHub's probably completely crashing too. I don't know if anybody's servers were ready to handle all of this. But, yeah. All right. So in the meantime, again, what we're going to be looking for is going to be, I'm going to just reopen this then, is going to be for an even race. That would be a little bit more white voters to Crockett, really, a little bit more Hispanic voters. Hispanic voters are probably what's going to really be delivering the race to Tallarico. If we bump it by 1 more percent, another percent, there we go. That's basically a dead even race right there. That's with Assad there. That would actually end up going to a runoff, which would be horrific, honestly. I really hope that doesn't happen. But this is basically a dead even race with some assumptions leaving the same for turnout and electorate share. But you can see the eastern part of the state is expected to go to Crockett. You can see also here in Harris County, now she's winning by 12. Bell County, randomly, I think that's a relatively black-heavy county in the central region that makes it blue. But I have no idea. Yeah, I think this probably just completely crashed. Let me see if they put... Unable to load election data. Check your connection and try again. You sure about that? Yeah, apparently everyone's getting completely wrecked here. Early vote in Denton County. Tallarico is up by almost 10 points. So that is something pretty important to note there. But it does appear that VoteHub has crashed. And also VoteHub, Civic API is in a bit of some pain too. So nobody was really ready for this. I didn't want to do this, but I will go to AP because I know that they will, in fact, probably be ready for this here. Can you maybe show me? Come on. Apparently nothing's going right tonight. Come on. Open it up. Yeah, alright, thank you. Okay, alright. There we go. Alrighty. There we are. So, while VoteHub is completely down, and we're looking at nothing good going on for the statewide. There we go. Ken Paxton ahead by 3% with minimal results. Heavy for Paxton, though, in these rural counties, which makes sense, and that one is ahead for Cornyn. And then here we do finally now have results coming in from the state website here. The owner of Civic API told me that the state website isn't really giving much of anything, so that's why there's nothing showing here right now. But both Mitchell and Andrews County are coming in heavy for Tallarico, and VoteHub is dead, so I will actually be, for their own server's sake, closing that. Plus, my computer isn't really going to handle it very well either. It's probably early vote data because people are still in line. And so I don't know if they're going to be 8 people voted for Hassan. Oh my word. Since there's nothing going on right now, all of you should go check out Hassan's social media profiles. He's great. But hope that's percent and not like total votes. Governor Hinojosa plus 48. We will easily be able to call that on poll closing. Johnson plus 18. Republicans, Cornyn is now up by 9. Really? Got some out of Ellis, Kaufman, Montague. Where on earth is everyone getting these results from? Looks like AP is getting the same results total, or source that Vote Hub is getting. And wait, what? They're the same thing, so they're going to be, what, down here? Yep. But, yeah, Cornyn is leading in Dallas County, not surprising. But he's also winning in Denton and Tarrant and Ellis and Rusk County? 55% counted. Okay, if he's winning in these, like, suburban-esque counties, then he's going to win tonight. Like, outright win. He's only at 46%, though. Hunt is leading with getting 13% of the vote in, but if Cornyn is able to win in these, he's going to slam win in Harris County, Bexar, Travis, the entire Western Block, and he's going to win outright tonight, which means that we're going to have our contest, and there's not going to be any runoffs. So that's a bit peculiar. De La Cruz won, Sessions, Bays, Middleton, Abbott by 75. Interesting. Gillespie, Fiara Williams, Van Dune, Jackson. Where's the one that we're looking at that's contested? Part of it that does go into the part that hasn't closed yet, the 23rd. So it's not going to say anything. Yep, 23. This is a big one here. U.S. District 23. But parts of El Paso and Hudspeth counties, they have not closed yet. So we kind of make any projections. But this is going to be an interesting one. Brendan Herrera versus Tony Gonzalez. Yeah, if you want to look into Tony Gonzalez allegations, then go ahead and look at it. But they're pretty out there. And I mean that as far as like, all right, there we go. The needle is basically even because we don't have any counties in yet, but we do still have. That's not right. I do not think that Hassan is leading these two counties. I might be wrong, but yeah, no. Talarico is leading in both of them. But as of right now, we basically still have no votes in. AP does have a good few out right now, though, but things are relatively slow. We're now at 8:17 p.m. on the East Coast, and so we are down to 12 and at just 12 minutes now. It is basically 8:18 on the East Coast, and so we are just now down to 12 minutes before the polls close now in North Carolina and Arkansas. So, man, nothing's really happening. This is happening a lot slower than I expected. Again, most of the ballots as far as I'm gonna need to post those. Great. DDHQ is good data, or I mean, all right, give me a minute here. Votes beta. Is there anything you're looking for the most tonight? I mean, there's multiple races that exist that are, oh my word. There's multiple contests that, what is Vault? Oh my word. I'm good. Oh no, is it gonna close at the end of the... Really? That's irritating. Yeah, somehow they have 18% in on DDHQ. Taking its time to load, though. That's annoying. AP doesn't look like it has anything new. Oh, yeah, this is happening so slowly. Yeah, it's gonna probably kick me when that is annoying. I'm in Breakdown Pro, my word. Yeah, but they do actually have a lot of results in so far. Cornyn is winning Potter County. That's good. That's very semi-urban. No, I don't care about Poly Market or Kalshi. Go away. I need to create an account for this. That's irritating. I'm going to make Google. Whatever. Give me a minute. It's going to make me create an account to actually get to continue to watch the numbers. This is annoying. Yes, yes. All right, so basically for the Texas Senate, Tallarico needs to run up the numbers basically everywhere. Oh, hey, finally have some more results here. Colorado. There's Cook County. That's okay, that's pretty good for Tallarico, but barely anything coming in here. This is brutal. Come on, which one do you think I want? Really? Come on, man. Just... This is basically a dead even rate. So, race. So, obviously, if it looks something like this, then we're looking at a dead even race, right? Harris County over the eastern counties that have a lot of their Democrats over there are generally black voters. And that's where Crockett's going to obviously do her best. She's going to do relatively well with Hispanic voters in order to put up some good numbers. That's really where... There we go. My goodness gracious. %14 counted. Here, there, I don't even know what. Where is everyone getting their information from? Alright, look, all love to Civic API, but I think I have, like, too many tabs open. I'm gonna just close it. I just need, like, the processing power at this point. I mean, these aren't even just, straight up just aren't loading. I don't even know if their servers are ready for it. I don't know if anybody's ready for this yet. At this point, I'd be shocked if anything is going at the speed that... There we are. Alright. Paxton only narrowly winning in these counties. I mean, that's only 5% in, but 3.3% in Swisher County with 50% in. If those are the kind of numbers that Paxton's putting up in these rural counties, okay, Paxton's winning with a heavily Hispanic county. That's interesting. Go away. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Dallum, 73% in Cornyn's winning. Honestly, Cornyn might end up just straight up winning this tonight. This is surprising. I mean, he's 19% in, and he's winning in counties with heavily percent in, that he really shouldn't be, and that should be going heavily for Paxton if he was going to win. 70% in Williamson, and now he's... I don't even... Oh, yeah, and Tallarico is now in the lead with 17% in. Andrews County, pretty close, but eastern part of the state, you can see again, these are the counties that are gonna pretty heavily go for Crockett. These heavily black voter counties along the eastern board of Texas. The Hispanic counties 65% for Tallarico. That means that he's doing well with Hispanic voters. That's something that he needs to do well in. And, all right, this is starting to come in, and apparently Hassan is actually secretly leading in all of them. They don't want you to know that. I think it's because they don't actually have the right percentages here. I don't know what's going on here. Owner Civic API told me that his servers are, like, in the gutter right now. So, probably the main issue there. I don't know if we'll even be able to use this. Yeah, Hassan sweep, 100%. I mean, just because he was polling at 2% doesn't mean that he can't lose. It's elections. You never know what's going to happen, right? Coming from the back, coming from behind, gonna easily annihilate everybody, right? We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Tonight's the night. He's gonna win. Oh my word, go away. John Cornyn ahead by, that is 7 points. And, I mean, okay, Paxton took the lead in Webb County now. Maybe he already was in the lead and I just completely missed it. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I don't know how exactly that's going to go. But, yeah, looking at Williamson, that's the kind of stuff that's going to hurt for Paxton. I mean, you can't be losing those suburban counties by that much. We might end up with Cornyn as the nominee here, which is pretty surprising, honestly, especially going right out of the gate like this. John Cornyn did have all of all of the endorsements that he could have possibly dreamed of, but having literally, like, getting one, I'm gonna get rid of these from Civic API. I'm just gonna leave these up. And close that too, sorry. This will get called on poll closing. So I don't really need that up either. The only interesting thing, again, is going to be just the Texas Senate race, really, which is looking to be a lot less competitive than expected. I mean, even AP is kind of lagging here, 15% counted. Here we're looking at 17%. That might be difference in estimations. I'm unsure. Let's look at these side by side. Republican. No, they definitively have more. So I'm gonna. Okay. Lighten up on processing power. There is a tie 2-2 in Briscoe County. Very, very contested race right there. Okay, Tallarico's winning. Crockett is only winning in Tarrant County, and by 12. She is not getting what she needs right now in, oh, I don't know what that's about. In basically anywhere, right? Tallarico's winning in Wood County. Let's see, what does that look like in an even... Up by 16. All right. Cornyn, 45% of the vote, maybe being able to avoid a runoff after all. Completely unsure about as far as that goes, but still going to be interesting to see how that goes. And I don't know who on earth is voting for Hassan right now, but obviously, people are voting for him there. So we are down to the final 20 seconds before the polls close in a few other states here now. And we have a few contests that are going to be called on poll closings in Arkansas and North Carolina. We can project that Sarah Huckabee Sanders has been nominated for a second term as governor in the state of Arkansas. Arkansas Republicans will nominate Sarah Huckabee Sanders for a second term as governor. This was completely expected in all in their entirety. Democrats, that contest is still up in the air. and is unknown as of right now. And also, we can project that in North Carolina, former Governor Roy Cooper has been nominated for the Senate and will challenge in the general the Republicans' nomination of Michael Whatley, the former RNC chair. Both of those being recruits for their respective parties in North Carolina. They will face off in the general election this November. Again, those candidates that have just been chosen are Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas, Roy Cooper in North Carolina for the Democrats, and for the Republicans in North Carolina, Michael Whatley. So, with that out of the way, now, that is essentially it. I mean, not really, because we do technically still have some of the polls closing in, Texas at 9. So that is going to be when that is officially we're officially going to be able to say that we can't make a projection, which is going to be really fun. But yeah, we now can make all those projections, which means it is still just down to Texas as of right now. Oh, poop, I forgot that I need to post these myself. Hold on. That. And there's... Hold on. Where is it? It's in drafts. There we go. Come on. Post. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. That's done. Okay. Paxton is in the lead, according to Civic API, but here, Cornyn is ahead by 6 points. Running up the numbers where he needs to, I mean, looking at Hayes County, 60% in. I don't know why don't they have hundredths of a percent in numbers for, but okay. And for the Democrats, Tallarico up by almost 4 points. Very close, very close. Definitely still anybody's game as of right now, but could be interesting. And so... this is, in fact, actually the early vote. But I don't know if that's going to be enough, because if this is, in fact, the entire early vote, and there's no real election day vote that's going to go for Tallarico, then Crockett's only going to win Tarrant County by like 8. And so if that ends up being the case, then if we look over again at our even match, she's winning by 16. She is already underperforming, basically a flat even margin. Based on this specifically, she might be doing better than with white voters and slightly worse with black voters than expected. There's a few minute details that could be tweaked here and there that is absolutely possible to have happen, but essentially it's really gonna... I have no idea what is going on here. Apparently, is the state still not doing what they're supposed to do? I don't know. I'm completely unsure on what is going on. All right. And Vote Hub's probably still crashed too. Them and Tolga probably both have that swingometer. But I don't know if I don't know what's going on here. This might be just straight up a problem. 'Cause, yeah, they still don't have anything going on here. I don't know what is going on here. Because Hassan's not leading in any county right now. Nothing necessarily interesting probably going on in North Carolina, but I mean we might have something, I don't know. Let's take a look here. North Carolina Senate, that's called already. 1, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. I don't even know who's doing what's interesting where. Arkansas governor for the Democrats is going to be a little bit competitive. I'm not necessarily sure it's going to be entertaining. Yeah, no results in, but the polls have in fact closed. Oh, shut up. Frederick Love expected to win. I mean, he's the only one that actually has any name recognition, so that's not necessarily a surprise. District 4 here. Let's take a look as far as this goes. What we're looking at in that contest. Valerie Foushee, the incumbent, might get primaried. Very, very close. What is this? That's interesting combination there. Jasmine Crockett has taken the lead with a vote dump in Harris County. Houston, 61% of the vote is now in that county. She's only ahead by 8. Here, she's ahead by 12 in the final vote. Things are looking worse and worse for Jasmine Crockett as the night goes on. I would be concerned if I were Representative Jasmine Crockett now. And so, she might have taken the lead, but... oh, that's Tarrant County. Oh. Oops, I was wrong about that earlier. So many box counties in Texas. Driving me insane. Harris County here, Cornyn is only ahead by 0.07. So apparently, if Paxton actually does that well in, like, Harris County, for example, yeah, you might think, but apparently her name recognition advantage just didn't hold up for that long. So then, I guess he was just, or maybe we completely underestimated, like, Republican crossover support for Tallarico, right? That's completely possible. And, I mean, I'm unsure. I wouldn't be sure yet. You can't you can't jump to conclusions yet. That's the thing about elections. You don't know until it's over. Let me introduce you to, I'm actually going to use Civic API because I know that they have it good here. Let me find it, the House. I believe it's the 11th. Yes, the 11th. NJ11. Oh, poop. Okay, fine. When was it? I don't remember. Let me check real quick. New Jersey 11 primaries. When was it? Yes, I know the general election will be held on my birthday. February 5th. There we go. Yes, there we go. If you look at the lead here... Oh, Mejia was actually winning, like, the whole time? No, Malenkowski. So everyone's expecting Tom Malenkowski to win, right? And basically everybody, from DDHQ to Civic API themselves to your grandmother, called it for Malenkowski. He had all of the endorsements. He had all of the everything. He had the money spent. He had everything. He was the establishment candidate versus the more progressive Mejia. And then as election night goes on, things get closer and closer. And then Mejia takes the lead at around 10 p.m. And it was funny because on the DDHQ page, it was like 98% reporting. And it says that it was called for Malenkowski, but Mejia's in the lead by like 20 votes. And so there's a few funny screenshots of that. But you really don't know until it's completely over. Because Mejia did end up winning this primary by 800 votes. Malenkowski, I'm forgetting the term, gave up. I don't know why I'm blanking on words like this, but, conceded the race, like, at like 4 p.m. the next day or something. So, and Mejia won, right? And she managed to win, Essex County by a good, strong amount, and, oh, those colors are the same, that's not very good, and actually narrowly pulled off a win in Passaic County. But anyway, yeah, APAC just completely, like, nuked themselves. Oops, I changed the wrong one. I'm just gonna get rid of this and just use DDHQ because they actually are turning things in here. Cornyn is ahead by 5. Things are not looking bad for John Cornyn. If I had to pick who I'd want to be right now, I would pick to be John Cornyn. But it's absolutely not over. Tallarico is down by 146 votes right now. 146 votes out of over 500,000 counted. So, that is 0.7%. We had a drop of the eastern counties. Those are the eastern counties where a lot of the Democratic vote is going to be very black vote heavy. You still have quite a few counties out over here that are pretty strong, but I don't know. Do they not have a little swingometer thing going on here? 14 out of 25 counties need 11 more. I'm going to message... and just send a message real quick. There we go. Then 8:42 already. So now time to start. Oops. Now things are starting to get moving. And I mean, I honestly think that it's totally on Civic API. Oops. Well, all right. Well, okay. Currently says he's up at 72%. Yeah, this won't be a Dewey defeats Truman. I really don't think so either. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why none of these eastern counties are reporting for Crockett right now, but I mean, there's more Hispanic vote, and it's actually going for Paxton. So the Hispanic vote is going for Paxton. So that's why we can't call anything quite yet. The Hispanic vote appears to be going for Paxton, as well as the exurban white vote. But the black vote and the urban white vote appears to be going for Cornyn. Breakdown is pro. Yeah, poo-poo. I don't even know what this is about. Anyone have a race they want to look at? Anyone have anything interesting going on here? All eyes on Texas. I don't care. 92% for Cooper right now in that primary. Wow. Whatley's only getting 63% of the vote. Hold up. Whatley is only getting 63% of the vote in the primary here. Don Brown is getting 17.5% of the vote. Oh my word. Al Green. Yes, absolutely. 35? No, this is the open contest. That's okay. Hold on one second. Which district is that? Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up again. I don't remember. This is the one where he's challenging Christian Menifee, who just took the seat just a few months ago. Oh my word. No, we don't want precinct lines. Thank you. And we also want composite 2020 to 2024. This is what the... I actually don't remember. 30th? I think it's the 30th. Now that I look at it, it feels right. 30th district. Let's see. Why is there not a search? That is... There we go. 30. TX-30. No. Oh, wow, look at that. Dem placeholder 3, Republican placeholder 8. Close contest there. It's not 33. That's the one that, uh... Wow, I am completely lost right now. This is... No, not the singer. U.S. representative. There we go. Yeah, 33 is all red. Ninth congressional district. So we can just use some deductive reasoning here and figure out where he's running. Ninth congressional district. There's only so many. Yes, versus Johnson here. Yes. There we go. Okay. Southern part of Houston. That's going to be the 18th. All right. Wow, they called it for Whatley. I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked. No. 18 is... What? Okay, I am actually so lost right now. Oh, yes, Christian Menifee and Al Green. There we go. Yes. Okay. Yes. Oh, my word. That took way longer than it should have. Alrighty. We're down to 11 minutes before the polls close across the state of Texas. Across the entire state of Texas. And that's delightful. Looks like they are also crashing now, too. This is just what we needed, everybody. All right, we are now a third of the vote in, and Tallarico's ahead by 8. We have a huge... I don't know if she can recover from that. I don't know if she can recover from that. Holy cow. Okay, there we go. Menifee is ahead by 5.5 points. Green is winning Fort Bend County. Harris is going for Menifee by a large margin. Over 95% expected to be in. It has not been called yet, but I'm calling it for Menifee. So I'm calling it for Menifee. There's probably not enough votes out there. But yeah, I don't think she can recover from that. That is 76% of the vote in Austin. Travis County, 76% of the vote. Again, if we look at this even, that's by 6, and that's the end vote. The final, and look at that. I mean, the projected votes was blown out of the water. Projected votes, 70,000. If you look at his number, he's getting 103,000. Turnout is through the roof. So, I don't know what on earth we could potentially be getting from this. This is going to be very fun to dissect, but, 63% in, and Tallarico is dominating in Travis County, and he's not supposed to be doing that for an even race. If we, I don't even know if there's anything left for Crockett to do. I mean, just straight up, that Crockett did pull, I think, a little bit further ahead in Houston, but I don't think that she can even pull ahead from that. That's not a big enough. That vote deficit is potentially deadly, even though it's only a 60,000 vote difference right now. I don't know if that's a hill that she can climb at this point. I am shocked. I did not see it getting anywhere near this steep of a margin, especially in an area like this. I think we almost might be able to call it on poll closing, which is wild, but I'm not gonna say anything quite yet. Because you don't want anything to age badly. Again, we have, but I'd say probably over a 3/4 chance of a Tallarico victory right now. just almost based on Travis County alone and how well he's doing in these heavy Hispanic counties we've seen so far. We don't have anything from Bexar County. That's going to be another big indicator. Dallas County is going to be huge. Denton County, if that stays for Crockett, then she might have a chance here because I think that, yes. But she needs to win it by 8. I don't... Dude, I don't know if this is going to... Wow. All right. Cornyn is doing pretty well too. I mean, he's got okay. There's a vote dump in Dallas for the Republicans. Where's the one for the Democrats? Come on, haven't they had this out for like a while? Yeah, 803. They've had the early vote results for the Republicans for almost an hour, yet they don't have a single Democratic vote yet in Dallas County. Why? Why is there an imbalance? I don't understand what on earth is going on here. That makes no sense. There's no way that is right. Crockett is heavily favored, so yeah, I don't think this is right. I think this is with a new embed generator thingy that Civic API created recently, and I don't know if it's been very, very extensively tested. So I do sadly think that we are going to need to close this tab, because it's really not giving us much. It's not very accurate here. But I mean, just looking at this, it's spawning candidates out of thin air for a second. Look over here, that's the Eastern Bloc, that's the counties that, yeah, House and Sweep is still happening. This is that's the truth. The truthers, they don't want you to know. But yeah, I don't know if he can recover from something that harsh. I don't know if you can get that together. I guarantee you that DDHQ is going to call it on poll closing for the Democrats because they love to jump the gun, and you'd think maybe they'd have learned from. I'm absolutely going to call Lieutenant Governor for Goodwin, right? Hinojosa is going to win Texas governor, that sort of thing, but I don't. I don't. Oh well. I don't run DDHQ. I am not the one to blame when they get, like, everything wrong. Hassan versus Hunt. Lowest turnout in decades. That would be phenomenal. Nobody would be engaged. You'd have 5 people vote. That would be phenomenal. But yeah, I really don't see any comeback happening for Crockett right now. I'd say close to closing in on an 80% chance of a victory for Talarico right now in the race here. And so I'm just quickly setting things up to make sure these numbers are right for the 9 p.m. poll closings, which are in fact the final ones of the night already. Yeah, Talarico's ahead by 8.5. Guadalupe, Crockett in Fort Bend, good. She needs that. She absolutely needs that. Devastatingly badly needs that. And I thought I closed you. Oh, it's because I duplicated it. Okay, my bad. I'm getting mad at it for okay. But I don't like the fact that it defaults to being open, but oh well. There's only so much I can do. Yeah, the needle, yeah, Mr. Civic API, yeah, I don't know if your embed worked too well. It says that, through that, it says that Hassan is winning every single county. And I'm talking to both you and his name is Theo on Twitter, and he says it's totally on Civic API. So I ain't gonna blame anybody here. all I can see, hopefully, somewhat obviously, is that things are not working 100%. But yeah, obviously, things are not working as expected. Okay, let's see. What else do we have? What other interesting contests may we embark on? 32nd district. There are no incumbents. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. 32nd. Of course, it's not here. What about 35? Oh yeah, 35 is going to be interesting. Again, no incumbents. Nothing in yet. Awesome. Just what I wanted. I don't know. March 3, 26. I don't know. Whatever. Just add it. Just add it. Okay, come on, go. Go. Oh, that's much better. Okay, De La Cruz up ahead by 2.69%. What's going on, Attorney General, for the Democrats here? Nathan Johnson ahead by a good margin. I don't think that's necessarily going to be very competitive, necessarily. For general in Texas, oh my word. The 23rd is going to be a big one. Star that one. We're looking at the 35th. The 34th isn't going to be too big of a deal, though. A few in... What's the first district in North Carolina? Oh, yeah, that's huge. Yes. Who's going to challenge Don Davis? That's an important one. House 4. I mean, none of these other ones are necessarily too big. 11's interesting. Fouché's going to easily annihilate whoever ends up running, so it doesn't really matter. Edwards, that's going to be the 11th district. That's going to be important. Yep, that's going to be important. Okay, there we go. We can just pop. Why is nobody ready for these big elections when they have weeks and weeks of time to prepare their servers? All right, 8:57 p.m. on the East Coast. We are down to 2 minutes now. It is now 8:58. We're now down to 2 minutes for the polls close statewide, which is going to include El Paso, and is going to mean that we are also going to be potentially able to look at the 23rd district. Herrera is ahead by a lot in Terrell County. Shut up! I don't care about the markets. Markets are not predictions. We literally have seen stuff like this. And so 1.5 minutes left until the polls close. Terrell County. Paxton is ahead. That is another, I believe, another Hispanic-heavy county there. My watch list, please. Yes. Perfect. Just get all of those on in there. Whoa. Gonzales pulled ahead. Pecos County ahead. Jeff Davis ahead. Loving County, the smallest county in the entire country, ahead. Only 2.4% of the vote reporting. 4.16% in total, but you got a lot left. You don't even have El Paso or Hudspeth yet. So Terrell County, they are now tied, and if we look over here, Loving County 4-2. This is going to go probably just about all night. And so here now we do finally have the final poll closing of the night. We have ourselves the contests here in Texas. Across the coast, we are now down to 20 seconds. 20 seconds before the polls close. Across the rest of the state here being able to close, and we will be able to make a few projections here as polls close at 9 p.m. on the East Coast. It is too early to call for the Texas primaries. We can neither make projections in the Democratic or Republican contests right now. It is just too early to call. As of right now, too early to call. in these contests. But we can make 2 projections for the Republicans. We can project they nominate Greg Abbott for the governorship of Texas. Governorship of Texas, he is the incumbent governor, and this is, I believe, going to be his 4th term if he wins in November. And we can also project that the Democrats will nominate Gina Hinojosa for their nominee for governor to challenge Abbott in November. It is too early to call in the Texas primaries as the polls close at 9 p.m. on the East Coast. And so now it is time to wait. It is just time to wait and watch, and we are going to be watching and waiting eagerly, and we're going to now be just looking at these results so far. We're unsure if anything's really going to happen as of right now, but yeah, seriously, I don't see much of a comeback for Tallarico as of, I don't see much of a comeback for, that is the wrong thing. Vote Hub is currently projecting 55.1 to 43.7. So, yeah, things are not looking good for Crockett, but we still cannot make any projections quite yet. And you really know you can't make projections when even DDHQ hasn't done it yet. They always jump the gun. But yeah, I honestly don't. It's not looking good for. Where on earth are they? Documents? No. Downloads? No. Where is it? There it is. Other live elements in here. Boop. Okay. And won't be a landslide. What do you mean? Have you not been paying attention to your own website? It is going to be a landslide for Hassan. It's going to be a landslide for Hassan. Can Crockett win Crockett County? Again, that is a phenomenal question. If we look in the past, we can see that in 2024, Harris did win Harris County. We can see that in 2016, Trump actually flipped against Hillary Clinton, Clinton County. Can Crockett win Crockett County? I have no idea where it is. I don't exactly remember. I don't know. Tell him then. Tell him. Not me. I ain't the one who's coding. Paxton is in the lead in Fort Bend. Cornyn is down to 45%. Gonzalez is ahead narrowly, but there's still only 4% of the vote reporting. And we can see here currently that Tallarico is ahead still by 8 points. Pecos County, Crockett is actually leading. And also in Kennedy County, which is actually a very heavily Republican county recently. So that is obviously going to be a pretty important thing to focus on as far as that goes. But it's looking pretty brutal. For Tallarico here. And a quick reminder, today is the last day for that offer for Patreon. If you buy any level of membership, then we will actually give you an upgrade of the membership for free, up 1 tier. So that is ending tonight. Whoever gets that membership will then get upgraded for free. So don't miss out, and the tiers start as cheap as $2.50 a month to support non-biased election predictions and more. We are at heart a nonprofit, but we do have operating expenses. For example, we paid a graphic designer, as we could see on our website, JL Designs, to make our beautiful graphics for us, as well as our logo, and that costs money. So anyone who does buy a Patreon tier will get it upgraded for free. So that is all linked in on our east of Pecos County. We'll get upgraded for free. Where is... I already lost Pecos. So there's 200 counties in... Will Hunt win Hunt County? That's the question. Crockett's winning the county she needs to win here. That's the weird part. Yeah, I completely... Sure, El Paso polls will remain open an extra hour. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I have no idea. Where on earth are any of these? County search. Will you look at that? Nothing reported yet. So there's your answer. Arkansas State House District 70. Absolutely I can. And Gonzalez is leading, but only by 51 votes. I absolutely can. So how's everybody night going? Oh man, it's popping off. Everything's popping off over here. Oh my goodness gracious. I get that your servers don't want to cooperate. Can you just, like, load anyway, please? Do me a favor, pretty please? No? Their servers crashed. Woo! Just what we needed tonight. So I was going to, but turns out I can't. Okay. Nope. Still no. Alright, whatever. You know, it's fine. And there's already a lot to just see from this so far. 9% in, last update 905. I mean, that's really just looking brutal so far. There's some more from the... I mean, Paxton's winning with Hispanic voters. So I don't... That's not looking good for Cornyn there. Now it's looking more pointed towards a runoff. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I ain't giving me dilly squat here, bro. Nothing in Bexar still. That's probably that is the biggest county that is not reporting results. Or for the Democrats, they still haven't even reported in Dallas County yet, which is starting to really tick me off. Nothing. Gonzalez? Really? Okay. I mean, all right, but Uvalde County is coming in for Herrera. If Gonzalez wins this, I'll be floored, honestly. I didn't see any chance of him winning. And if he does, and this is going to actually be an easy, a good pickup opportunity. I'm about to have a revive opportunity to say, my portal suck. Yeah, literally. Oh, I wanted a trademark next time. Beat me to it. Oh, well. Pecos County's coming in heavy for Gonzalez, and that's basically carrying him. He's ahead by 61 votes. So basically still nothing is in right now. I cannot get through to a new Vote Hub tab, and or not Vote Hub, DDHQ tab, and I don't know why, because the ones that I already have loaded are still loading fine. I'm just confused. I don't get it. The main thing we're waiting on here for the Democratic primaries is Bexar and specifically Dallas County. If Crockett can do well enough in Dallas County, and I'm talking win by probably 25 or more on the early vote, then she's still in it, which is a very high bar, but not impossible. Talarico ahead by 8. Cornyn ahead by 4. 3.5. It appears that there will not be a definitive winner tonight for the Texas Senate contest. Oh, I didn't think to make a runoff generic one. Oh well. That's fine. Three and a half points here. Very, very close. There we go. Okay. Come on! I finally got through, and then it... Alright. Oh, well. Our hunt voters more Cornyn or Paxton leading based on... I am actually not 100% sure. I think more Paxton leading. But, why just say we think? Let's look through a poll. 2026 United States elections, and then from here, let's go. Why is it doing that? No, stop. Don't. Senate. Thank you. Texas. Texas. Thank you. Republican primary. It says, this article documents a current primary. Information may change rapidly as the primary progresses until official results have been published. Polling? Alrighty. Let's take a dive, shall we? Which one you want? Which poll you want? I know Emerson College has good crosstabs, so we could probably do that one, but... Please. Please. Yay! Okay. State House 70. No! So close. So close. Alright. Alright, I'm making the executive decision of Emerson College because I've already looked at this one. Oh my, with how slow this is loading, it might just straight up be my internet. I'm actually going to put this in a new tab and just leave that there just in case I change my mind. It might be my internet. I am unsure. My streaming is very fast. That's good. But I'm unsure. Anything else? Maybe it's Emerson College? I don't know. All right. Cornyn pulled ahead by a good bit. Talarico ahead by 8. We still don't have any drops from Bexar or Dallas counties, which is probably going to eventually drive me insane. Hassan has an impressive 11,075 votes. Oh, wow, that is close. North Carolina U.S. House 1 is... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's who's going to challenge Don Davis. 0.09%. That is very close. Please, can we get through? There we go. All right, there's your results. Took it long enough, but there you go. Pacific Craft Gaming 6466. I don't know about this one. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not sure about this one. I don't know if this is a reporting error or just early vote that happened to go ridiculously well, or if this is literally like Central Little Rock and Renshaw is like literally the son of Satan and Holiday is literally like a saint, or what on earth is going on here. But yeah, that agreed. Agreed. 9 people agreed. I do not understand what on earth is going on here. Nope, it just said no. Okay, well, we're going to go to YouGov then. All right, let's look into these crosstabs. Are you a MAGA supporter? Only 1% of the people who said that said yes, so. He fixed the needle? All right. Hold up. Does that mean that these work too? Or are they still delayed, but the needle at least works? Hold on. Yes, there we go. 10.6 point margin. Thank you very much. 10.6 point margin, currently ahead by a lot. All praise the needle. Yes. 10.6%, margin of 13 points. So that means that Crockett could kind of win by like 3 points, but it's going to come down to the results in Dallas and Bexar. I was the first to get the Panhandle in Austin. Depends who reports who to what. Elections are very complicated to report, and so I am just waiting on Bexar and Dallas counties for the contest here in, okay, let's find out. Republican, hold on. Governor, senator, there's nothing here. Where's the crosstabs? Where's, like, actual crosstabs? I don't know if they, okay, oh well. I don't know if any of these actually say that, give any indication as to, why did they run this twice? Redisher versus likely, okay. I don't know why they even, like, okay, whatever. That's annoying. Hassan will absolutely win, right? There's only 42% of the vote. If he gets every single vote remaining, he will win in a landslide. Just wait for the Hassan slide. Mark my words. I was wrong in my prediction that came out earlier this morning. It's going to be a Hassan slide, and it's not even going to be close, right? We can't have... What was it that he said? I don't even remember. I wonder what he's posting right now. Oh my. Those margins for Tallarico in Williamson are insane. Ahmad Hassan. No, not that guy. That is not the right one. Not that one either. Well, okay, maybe I won't. Anyways. Okay, there we go. Finally, there is now some votes in for the 35th district. Do you still want this up? Do you still want this up? 46% in, and Democrats are winning every single vote. Let's look at Texas House 35. Moyes is in fact winning right now, narrowly, being able to lead. No, it's okay. Yeah, I don't think it's very contested right now. You're welcome. House 11. This is again who's going to challenge Edwards, the most at-risk Republican in the House in North Carolina. There we go. Every single county, and it has been projected for Ager, actually. Ager. So, there is our first projection, right? So I guess I can drop this from my list. House District 1. This is who's going to challenge Don Davis, the most at-risk Democrat. Oh my word, quiet. I don't care about the stupid prediction markets. Betting markets are not predictions. I need to stop calling them prediction markets, because that's what they want me to call them, but they're not predictions. Betting markets are not predictions, and I literally showed a fantastic example of that. We have nothing in Dallas yet. Let's see if Civic API has it. They just don't even have anything in Tarrant. Okay. How's I supposed to be having a steak dinner? Oh, all right. He's gonna win. He's gonna win, dude. He's gonna win. I'm telling you. He knows he's gonna win. All right. Tallarico, not doing, you know, not doing bad. I guess you could say. I kind of feel bad. Whoa. Okay, that just dropped a lot. Margin of error dropped down to 7.3, but now it only has a projected margin of 3.8%, but win probability of 85%. That's still pretty high. I don't know how does he get those numbers? I'm gonna ask. I'm curioso. I mean, yeah, if you have a steak dinner, you're gonna win. I don't know who didn't teach these other guys that blatantly obvious fact, but if you eat steak on election night, you're gonna win, right? I mean, Williamson County he doesn't even have in, but the problem with that is that that's actually a huge county right now for, there's Bexar. Tallarico ahead by 12. What are we looking at here? Wrong one. 2. 2 points. That window just narrowed even further for Crockett. Even further. I mean, we're talking about, like, how is Gonzalez still leading right now? Like, at all. Where are Herrera's votes? Buckhout. Narrowly leading by about 700 votes. What's DDHQ's picks? What do we have? All eyes on Texas, yada, yada, yada. Hinojosa won already, okay? Abbott, Goodwin won. Attorney General, Johnson v. Middleton. Supreme Court, whatever, yada, 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 right? House incumbents in trouble. Yes, this one's important. Toth's leading. In the 2nd district, Toth is leading. With 63% in. Oh my word. Whoa. 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 All right. I think this is going to be 2 incumbents that are going to get taken down here. Gonzalez and Toth, or Crenshaw, are both going to lose tonight. Toth is annihilating Crenshaw right now in the 2nd district. It's not even close. Wow. Menifee is leading. I believe we did call that against Al Green. That was 2 incumbents against each other. 33, that's Julie Johnson versus Colin Allred. This is going to be on our watch list. Yeehaw, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea what Tar Heels and Razorbacks. 89% for Cooper. That's right about where I expected it to be. About 90 points for Cooper. Yes, Bexar County's in. 14 points for Tallarico. I mean, this is getting more and more difficult by the minute for Crockett. Why is Dallas not reporting? Dude. Okay, now it dropped. I don't know why. That's where Tallarico needs it to be in order to easily win. 75% in. Based on my... Oh, yeah, the benchmark. I remember that. Yeah, the benchmark. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. 50 counties, low reporting. Yeah, whatever. But, refreshes every 30 seconds. Okay. But yeah, seriously, this is not going to end well. This is interesting. John Cornyn's winning by 3. Doing well in Dallas. Nothing in Travis yet for them. Bexar winning by 6. Winning by 80 votes in Harris County. Again, if you want to see any race, then feel free to let me know. Arkansas governor, it's going to be Love. Yep, I knew that was coming. Court of Appeals, is that actually general? Okay, interesting. Tom Cotton, obviously easily going to get... I forgot, poop. That was another one that I was going to do for a projection, but I forgot. Anyway, I forgot about that. Dang it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have all of them here. All right, well. Wait, what is this about? Texas 1? Oh, North Carolina. U.S. Hub. Okay, never mind. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Let me organize that. Okay. Dem placeholder 1 and Dem placeholder and Rep placeholder 1. Wow, look at that. This is where the real contest is at, everybody. But yeah, I don't... This... Cornyn's now winning with the ex-Democratic Hispanic vote, I guess you could say. But, I mean, looking out over here, you have a block for Cornyn out over here. You have some out over... This is just weird. Over 95% reporting in Randall County, and Cornyn is ahead by 22. This isn't looking good for Paxton, really. I think he's just too unlikable at this point. That even he's not going to be able to win. Oh, my word. Shut up. Colin Allred. What do you mean? Johnson's going to win that. Gonzalez is ahead by 6? Bexar is voting for Gonzalez. 90.18% in. And he's ahead by 8? I am so confused on what is going on right now. Why are they voting for Gonzalez? I'm surprised. Okay. Toth is we're gonna have to wait for Montgomery, but Toth and that's one that Toth's doing really well, and I honestly think that Crenshaw is going to absolutely lose here. We are still waiting on Dallas. As of right now, that is basically where everything is waiting on right now, is going to be down to Dallas. And it's Dallas, 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 Dallas. So essentially, that's what we're looking at right now, is just Dallas. As we come up on 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast, we have now had the polls closed for half an hour. We do not have anything yet from El Paso or Hudspeth counties, both of those being the counties that close at 9 p.m. on the East Coast. And looking at the benchmark now, Talarico +2, 15% of precincts reporting. Talarico is ahead by 12. But if we look at this, it's looking a lot rougher for Crockett than Talarico. Talarico is the clear favorite right now. Unless, again, we're looking at Dallas County. If she can completely crush him in Dallas County, then things might turn around. Maybe we'll get some more out of Bexar, and it's actually going to benefit her. But considering what the day of numbers were looking like, I really don't know if it's in the cards for her here tonight. So it's not going to be... I don't think it's looking good for Crockett. I don't think she's going to win. I'd say it's honestly probably right now. Again, this is based off of the results from Civic API, which is a little bit behind. I'd say it's probably close to about a 95% chance. Again, it is just waiting on Dallas County, which will not report. And for some reason, Travis won't for the Republicans either, and I am completely unsure why. I don't get either one. We're at 49% reporting. It also does come down to El Paso. If Crockett can somehow win El Paso, which is a Hispanic majority county as well, then that could turn things around, and potentially she might start picking things up in the Rio Grande. But considering how much is already in here and Talarico's already winning, I don't think that's a very probable thing. So we're going to have a break real quick, and make sure to stay tuned. We will be right back. All right, we are back, and so essentially what we have here, anything out of Dallas till 10 p.m., I don't know. I mean, we have some for the Republican primary, so I don't know why we wouldn't get some before that. I mean, there was some issues raised about people getting turned away at the polls, but I don't know if that was necessarily an issue that would, like, impact anything like that. I don't know. If that's true, then I'm gonna be a bit I'm a bit annoyed then, because that means we're gonna have to wait another half hour to be able to call this race when it's just down to one county. So, I mean, it's possible. I don't know, but I'm unsure. What on earth is this? Dude, why? Okay. Well, I'm a bit confused here. The but like, it's just one county that we're really waiting on here for the entire projection to be tilting off of that. And the fact that it's not coming in potentially for another half hour is pretty annoying. What on earth is this? Um. Okay. Hold on. I mean, it is really just down to Dallas County at this point. Republicans, it's just all across the board. Cornyn is ahead by about 3 points. If he stays about there, then that's relatively comfortable for him to be able to potentially win a runoff. Keyword potentially. It's going to be very, very close in a runoff. And again, that's going to be at the end of May. So we're going to have another 2 months of Senate in Texas. What? Why are they clown emojiing? I don't get it. Still only half in Montgomery County here in, this is north of central Houston here. And Toth is ahead basically 2-1. Harris, basically all in. Toth's ahead by a little bit, but Crenshaw isn't ahead anywhere. And so I really don't see much of a path for him there. Oh, N. Lee Plum. That's a phenomenal name. Looks like we have results in for most of these counties here. Why is Crenshaw? I don't know. I don't get it either. District 33 still has nothing yet. Here we're looking at 2 points. Jeez, this is like brutally slow. Because again, we're just waiting on Dallas, and that's going to be a lot of votes for Crockett. And so that's going to boost her up a good bit. Plus whatever else in the state. Plus you're not going to get much loss out of El Paso. Plus whatever going out over here. You have some votes over here, right? Probably from Waller, Montgomery, Liberty, all of these eastern counties that most of the Democrats are heavily black voters. Predominantly black voters. They're probably voting about like 80% for Crockett. That's going to be a lot of counties over there. And that's going to get balanced out by everything else. But that is going to narrowly end up probably being a narrow Talarico victory. Probably about 75%. But again, that is based off of the somewhat delayed results from Civic API. Currently at 18% of precincts reporting. This is a little bit more. They're almost at half reporting. But still nothing from the last city left, Dallas County, which is holding us all hostage here, in a way. And, I mean, I just don't get it right now, man. What's the holdup here? Republicans still also waiting on El Paso. I wonder who's going to end up winning the Hispanic vote for the Republicans, because that's going to be somewhat of an important thing as well, right? 3.01% lead for Cornyn against Paxton, and shouldn't have messed with anything. Poop. There we go. We're good. We're good. Go away. 3.01% done. Oh, look at that little bar. It's beautiful. And so we're really just waiting again now for the Republicans. We're still waiting on Austin, Travis County. But for the whoever ends up winning the Hispanic vote, if Talarico does end up winning, especially with how strong of the Hispanic vote he does, if whoever wins the Hispanic vote loses, that's just going to make things even worse for the Republicans in already a somewhat precarious situation here. A particularly precarious contest. Head by 10 points. 10 points here at least. Very close contest, 91% in. Basically, everywhere here is all reported. We're just waiting on Hertford, Camden, Perquimans, Terrell, and Hyde counties in their entirety. Again, Crenshaw down by 16, 18 points. I can do math. I did the 9 the wrong way. 10 points there. Gonzalez is still ahead now by 6 points. I don't know what's going on here. Herrera was polling pretty strong. Julie Johnson versus Colin Allred, still not a single vote in. Cornyn, basically don't have anything quite yet. Still ahead by 3.2%. And then, yeah, so essentially, still just sitting waiting. But Tallarico is completely outperforming this expectation, which is basically a split 50-50 vote. And since he is outperforming these numbers, that means he is probably going to win, right? So, obviously, that is the general focal point here. Crockett is losing some of these eastern black heavy counties right now, like Cass. If you look at Cass, never mind. Oh, she's actually doing really well there. Okay, so maybe she's doing very, very well with the black vote. What happens if we go very, very heavy on the black vote? But then Hispanic vote goes more for Tallarico. White vote goes more for Tallarico. Boom. Now we're looking at a 9-point margin. Cass County goes green. I don't know what exactly. Of course, it's not going to be uniform statewide. But yeah, Tallarico winning there. So if this is what's going to end up happening, then we need to see maybe a little bit less of the white vote going for Tallarico. That's a 3-point margin. That's Crockett winning by 6. I mean, she's winning by an absurd amount in this county right now. 50 points. So it's impossible to actually have this legitimately happen, right? Models are very meh, right? They're very you can only get so specifically accurate with models. But you know, that means that we're looking at a 20-point margin in Dallas. She would need to get more than that, and that's winning Harris by 14. She's winning it by 8. Losing Bexar by 12. She's losing it by 14. Right now, I would say we are looking at about a 9-point win for James Tallarico statewide in Texas in the primary, with about 50% of the vote reporting. We are looking at a 10-point margin of victory. And apparently people are very excited about it. But as of now, at where? Yo! That's funny. I couldn't find on what on earth you were talking about, but there it is. Terrell just dropped a few more votes. And by a few more, I literally mean like 5. These are starting to pour on in. Potter County, Tallarico is winning by 13. If we compare that here. Oh. 21. So she's actually doing better than she needs to in Potter. I wonder what the breakdown's going to be there. Remaining votes? Yeah, it's all down to Dallas. It is all down to Dallas. A good bit out of Harris. good bit out of Travis, which is obscenely strong for Talarico. A good bit out of Bexar. We don't even know what Hidalgo, Starr County, all of those are looking like, right? So that's huge, obviously. How is Gonzalez still leading? 35. Why do I not have a tab open for that? Okay, that's for the Democrats. For the Republicans, Lujan looks pretty cleared to win this, but oh my word, go away. It is very evenly split here. Everybody is over 20%. So, very, very clean split. Make sure to like the stream if you're here. Subscribe to the channel. If you are new to the channel, we make content like this, varying across the country, American, Canadian, and Australian politics. So make sure to subscribe for more content like this, as well as follow us on all our socials. We have Twitter threads. We have Blue Sky. We have Instagram. Find us anywhere. So the focal point, again, is going to be all down to, again, this is Bexar. This is big Hispanic county. It's a big one as far as multiple races go here. All right, Buckhout taking a bit more of a lead here, being able to completely solidify in the northern part of the state, which is actually where the Democrats live, those Democratic counties out over here. These are the ones that Davis is going to end up winning oh yeah, by the way, Trump-Vance lost Vance County. That was another one that I remembered as far as names go from way, way earlier. She is narrowly winning all these counties that basically usually the Democrats end up winning. But then down in the southern part of the state, you have Buck winning these counties. So it's Buck v. Buckhout. And then you have Hanig winning these two counties. So, if we look at that there, all of a sudden it flipped for Crockett now out of nowhere. It doesn't have Travis. That's why it doesn't have Travis. It doesn't have Travis County, and Travis County is, again, to refresh your memory, 53 points for Talarico, which is way above expectation. So that is why it is probably pointing to Crockett right now winning. It does not have Travis or Williamson yet, for that matter, which are very strongly going for Talarico, and so that is likely why it is, in fact, saying that Crockett is narrowly favored. It's probably going to actually be about 10% margin for James Talarico right now. I still do stand by that. And we are now at 9:49 p.m. on the East Coast, Eastern Daylight Time, and so essentially, again, just waiting on Dallas. If they're really going to hold us over another 10 minutes, then I'm going to send them a very angry email. But, yeah, how is he winning this county? It's only by 2 votes, too. It's the smallest county in the entire country. By population, there's like 70 people that live there. In the entire county, 70 people. The smallest county by population in the entire country. County or county equivalent, for that matter. Yeah, here they only have Talarico ahead by 3.2%. They don't have anything in for Travis. Why is it way over there? That makes no sense. So that's mostly why it's like that. And yeah, he's that's funny. Nothing here yet. 33rd District just decided that it's not going to report today. Every single person who works the polls, decided that they are not going to work today. Just straight up not going to work today. On election, they said, we know it's election day, but we're tired, right? And it's only March. We don't want to work today. And so, there's only so much you can do about it. Essentially, what it's coming down to again, I mean, I'm shocked that Gonzalez is winning. Gonzalez is probably going to win Sutton County, and Crockett County. So there's your answer there. There's Crockett County. So now I know where Crockett County is, right there. Tallarico is winning it by 7 with 95% in. So probably no. Jasmine Crockett is probably going to lose Crockett County. She is down by 8 votes out of 116 cast. Wait. 118 cast. So, and as far as that goes, Paxton's ahead by 8. So, I mean, Cornyn's putting up the numbers he needs. He's winning in Houston still by a very narrow amount. I think they still haven't dropped anything post the election day stuff, but I honestly think that things are going to swing towards Paxton once we start getting more election day numbers. Right? So the interesting thing about that would be a county by county little tracker, kind of like how Civic API does it for statewide. The more interesting thing would be by county, if we have that. Like Crockett County, which is now like completely done. That's statewide. So no. Unfortunately, no. That would be interesting. But that would be so much data to store. 90.75% in. We are waiting on basically these small counties. It appears the Buckout is going to end up winning the nomination there. She will face Don Davis in the general election in November, who is the most at-risk Democrat in the House in North Carolina. Steve Toth, likely to win this against Dan Crenshaw. I really don't see much of a path for Crenshaw anymore. Harris County is almost completely in, and that's where a lot of those votes are. More of them still are in Montgomery, but he needs to get like 80% of the remaining votes in order to win. I mean, look at this. Remaining 22,000, 1,800, it's Toth plus 9. 22,000 left. So if you have 22,000 left, what's his lead here? That is what? 23,674 minus 16,117. That is 7,557. Oh, wait. I have the math somewhere else. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it right now. I'm lazy. But yeah, I think Crenshaw is probably going to lose there. Gonzalez is still winning, though. This is what's surprising me. Okay, Terrell and Brewster are very harshly going for Herrera. Winkler's going for Gonzalez by a good bit. I'm surprised that his it's really going to come down to what's left in El Paso, though, because of only 2,500 votes expected. More is going to be out of Valverde. So I really don't. 1,400. That's 2,000 left, and that's Gonzalez by 8.5. I mean, this is really weird. I'm confused on. I feel like it's backwards on who's supposed to be leading in these two. Like, I feel like Crenshaw should be winning originally, and so should Herrera. But I mean, whatever, right? Julie Johnson versus Colin Allred, still 0, nada, nothing. Awesome. I love when elections don't do elections. In the 35th district, again, Lujan probably going to run away with it for the Republicans. Yeah, that looks pretty rough. Oh my word. Lujan. De La Cruz is winning 2. But if we look at what's left, Lujan plus 33 in Bexar for 10,000 votes, and that's as much as that's left in the rest of the district, pretty much. De La Cruz, Lujan. So just based on that, Lujan is going to win relatively handily. Looking again at the Republican primary, we are now over about 55% in. And we do have quite a few interesting things going on here. So there's this northern block of very rural counties that you'd probably expect to go for Paxton or actually going for Cornyn. Relatively by strong amounts, even with over 95% of the vote in. For example, in Randall County, Cornyn's ahead by 22%. In Dallas, we're at 2/3 of the way in, and he is ahead by 22%. But it is very, very close in general, 43 to 40 right now. So that is, in fact, I'm curious as to what this is. I'm going to drag this out. What's going on here? No, that's not what I meant to do. What is going on here? Which one's which? Okay. No, stop. Oh my word. Whatever. That's cool to be able to do though. Right? Kind of like force them to, which is pro. This is not pro. 99 free premium race views remaining today. What on earth? Okay, St. Lucie County, this is down to the end, but oh, yeah, I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to be looking at any of those anyway. Thank you everybody for being here. This is another huge my bit rate is completely dropped out of nowhere. Love when that happens. My bad if there's some loading. I think my internet just took a tank. Sometimes it just completely fluctuates. It looks like we're back up now, but I really can't do anything about that. I'm at the mercy of my internet as far as that goes. But thank y'all for being here. 532 views. That is amazing. That is again breaking the record for the most views I've ever had on a live. Well, not quite there, but 537. That is just 30 views less than the Tennessee 7th, which was 3 months ago. And so that thank you all for being here. I mean, just a 3-point gap here is kind of, it's kind of lagging. And now we're kind of at the point of the night where it's just going to sit and, like, it's going to get sludgy. 9:58. All right, if we are waiting for 10 p.m., then I am just about ready for this Dallas County vote drop. You know, I am ready. And if it comes all in at once, then we will easily be able to make a projection basically immediately. But I mean, I'm just ready to I'm just ready for this drop. This is gonna this is gonna be it, right? So I mean, it's at the request of Attorney General Ken Paxton, the Texas Supreme Court has halted a Dallas judge's order to extend voting hours, meaning that we should get Dallas in almost like any minute. So with that in mind, we are going to just be waiting for that in just the next few minutes, and that's probably going to that's going to determine who ends up winning this race. It is now 10 p.m. on the East Coast. We do not have any poll closings. We do not have any races of concern that we're going to be watching right now. And so let's look at the needle, 1.5. I think that's still just lagging right here, only ahead by 1 point. Again, we don't have anything for Travis or Dallas yet for this, as well as a few on the East Coast that are, in fact, here on DDHQ, which is probably just has to do with how they're scraping data. Gonzalez is still ahead in this contest here. I am pretty surprised. I did have Herrera winning relatively handily. But yeah, it's going to be very close contest there, and yeah, it's hold up 1 minute. There we go. We have votes from El Paso, and Talarico is winning by a lot. So that is definitely something interesting to see there. El Paso just had a drop there. Cornyn is winning by about 2,000 votes. That makes some sense. It's probably where we expected it to be at, and I mean, it's looking pretty strong here for Cornyn still. He's doing pretty well as far as that goes. I think that he's probably going to actually be leading the final vote. He's not going to, I don't think he's going to break 50%, but I think he will be leading the final vote when we do end up getting the final results here for the first round. And he will go to a runoff against Paxton, but he will be leading in the initial vote count. So that is definitely going to help him a bit, because he kind of like needs to. Meanwhile, for the, I don't think we really need this much anymore. It still says Crockett plus 1.5, but I really think that Talarico is very heavily favored right now. Galindo is ahead in the race in Texas 35. And so this is, she's doing what Afton Bain did. She's just barely doing well in the second largest county and winning in the largest county, and then just not losing by a whole lot elsewhere. This is a very small county here, so that she's not up there doesn't really matter that much. Still waiting for Dallas results for the Democrats. Talarico is up now by about 10 points. We have results now from the Lubbock area. Talarico up by 18. We have more from the Rio Grande Valley. Republicans, more from the Rio Grande Valley. It's kind of mixed results. I wonder who is actually going to end up winning Hispanic voters. What the exit polls will end up looking like. We do finally now have Travis County, 61% in. That is a Cornyn County here. Oh, wow. Based on this, we may have Cornyn win outright tonight. I am kind of curious what the market say. 68%? Dude, are you even paying attention? What? Okay, whatever. I don't even know if they're even paying attention here. 21 points, and you got 31,000 more votes coming here. You got 45,000 with a narrow lead, right? Narrow lead. 10 points, 60,000 more votes for you. You're getting basically nothing. That's 880 some votes there. Okay, a little bit more expected to come in now. Cornyn leading there and there, right? So he might win outright tonight. Not likely. Isn't the Shamwell guy running in something? I will be completely honest with you. I have no clue who on earth you are talking about. I will be very upfront about that. I have no idea who you are talking about. Okay. It's really, we're really just waiting for more numbers from, I guess, like the eastern side of the state and potentially the south. Star count is going to be interesting. Hidalgo is really big. It's a very large county it's very Hispanic heavy. That's one that we're going to be looking at here. I think that, yeah. Early voting, 212 ballots. All of them returned. That's impressive. Good job, North Carolinians. 30,000 early voting there. Nash, you don't, that's just, okay, that's not actually, wow, really? All of them are Republican. I'm shocked. So that gives a whole lot of nothing. Over 95% in, and we are still waiting. I would call it for Buckout here. I think that, honestly, there's not really much of a chance that you're going to have Buck end up winning this, just based on the few numbers that are left. I mean, there's not enough. Plus, up here is a Buckout area, and up here as well. So I'm going to close this tab. I say that Buckout is going to win. Shocker. Wait, look at that. I say that Buckout is going to win this contest. We can drop it from our watch list. Toth is definitely the favorite, but it's not impossible. I probably would just about call it for Toth, though. That Dan Crenshaw is going to be an outgoing House member. Now, this upcoming January, he will not be sworn in again. So that's definitely something interesting there. Here for the House 23rd District, Gonzalez up by 6, 5.5-ish. El Paso going for Gonzalez. I'm so confused right now. What is going on here? How is Gonzalez actually going to win this? Yet Toth is going to win too. This is so backwards. Crenshaw was just, like, unpopular, but Gonzalez had, like, 15, like, huge scandals. What is going on here? I'm so confused. Okay, whatever. Still not a single vote in the 33rd District, which is helping me none. Nothing new in yet for the past 40 minutes in the 35th. Or the past 25 for the Republicans, but it does look like Lujan is doing relatively well. De La Cruz, it's going to be Lujan or De La Cruz. I believe they're going to go into a runoff. There's too many candidates. None of them are going to reach 50% of the vote. So that is going to go into a runoff, and probably will here too. The question is who it's going to be, because we have no idea. All of these are over 20%. So that's going to be very interesting to see. Cornyn doing pretty well for himself there. A few more straggler votes in here. Got some more Crockett counties on the eastern side. Holding Talarico to under a 10-point margin of lead right now. Talarico's ahead by half a point from Civic API. But 1.7% projected margin, 81% chance. But this is from old projections. Again, this does not have anything out of Travis County and Williamson County, which were very, very heavily for Talarico. Very heavily for Talarico. So keep that in mind. Paxton hitting at about 40% of the vote for the Republican primary. Bexar, 6 points. El Paso, 8. Why is everyone leaving? I never understand why people leave when things are getting closer. Like, there's a little bit less going on, and votes are kind of, like, slowly trickling in at this point, but we're close to a call here, right? Again, we're just waiting on Dallas to report their Democratic votes, and then we can probably call it, right? Republicans, we're still waiting for a lot more votes on some of these outer regions. It's really going to come down to how much of the urban regions are left, how much of this actually ends up coming out to be for Cornyn. How heavy of a Cornyn vote that is going to heavily influence whether or not he's going to break 50%. He is currently shy by 7 points. But if Paxton doesn't do way too well in these counties that he's currently leading in, these bubbles are larger than these bubbles, which means that Cornyn is going to gain in margin. And if he gains in margin, then it depends on how much he goes by. I think he may very well just hit like 48% and then narrowly not win. But it's entirely possible that he does end up pulling off a miracle and actually winning outright tonight. I mean, look at that huge margin in Dallas. He's winning by only 14,000 votes. He's winning by 14,000 in Montgomery. And it's hilarious how big those circles are on just like 14,000 votes. But anyway. Wesley Hunt is basically out of the race entirely. So we can say now that Wesley Hunt will not be the Senate nominee for Texas Senate for the Republicans. We just do not know exactly what's going to happen yet as far as the nominations go for the Republicans, whether it's going to be Paxton outright, Cornyn outright, or if they're going to go into a runoff, which will be at the end of May. Which means 2.5 more months, a very long, grueling contests here for those candidates. So, wow. Just wow. I am surprised. A vote drop just came in out of Dallas. There was a vote drop out of Dallas. Tallarico is now ahead by 6 points. She is ahead by 22 here. Here, losing by 7. Crockett is ahead by 10, which means that she needs, in order to win, let's look at these numbers again. Right? That's basically 50-50. Okay, 96%. If we reset, right? 91, 92, right? We're looking real close, a little bit more. Just 1% more of Hispanic voters. And there we go. Look at that. And she needs to win this by 22. She's winning 60.75% of the vote. That's right where she needs to be. So she's not out of it. She is actually not out of it, which is absurd at this rate. I thought almost certainly that we'd be able to call it, but apparently not. Now we do actually have a Tallarico lead there. 7 points, 73% chance of victory. I think his chance just dropped to about 80%, but still very high. That is exactly what Crockett needed there. She could narrowly end up getting enough there, but it's that she's struggling everywhere else, and really, Travis is what's going to be killing her here. Just like that, 2/3 of the vote is in now. 60% of the vote is in for the Republicans. And there's Hudspeth County with a whopping 15 votes in. 15 votes counted in Hudspeth County. They are doing the good work here. But yeah, I still don't think that Crockett necessarily has much of a chance, but her chance just went up from maybe 5% to 20%. So as far as that goes, if you're Jasmine Crockett, you're happy that you're at least still in it, at least, even though you're definitely struggling basically everywhere. Harris County, that's probably where it's going to end up being. There's probably going to be a vote drop there not too long from now, if I had to guess. And there, right, you can see by 8. Here it has her winning by 16. So she's already at half the margin she needs there. She's already at, and Travis is devastating. Travis is absolutely devastating for Crockett. So I'm a little, I don't want to be too trigger happy here, obviously. There we go. Votes are finally in the 33rd district here, and Colin Allred is in the lead, 45 to 34. 45.5 to 34. 2/3 of the vote is in, and Allred is ahead. Allred may de-seat Julie Johnson, the new incumbent of this district, in a slight upset. Will you look at that? Huh. It's almost like they don't know what they're talking about all the time. And he is winning. Dallas is the only county here, right? Obviously. And so now Dallas is reporting. They have 65% of the vote is in. And Colin Allred is winning by 11 and a half points. 11 and a half points. Colin Allred is in the lead. Here we have Tony Gonzalez ahead by 6 points, narrowly holding on. It is still too close to call. 5.34% lead there for Gonzalez. It depends on how much is still left in these counties that have not reported. We're at 70% in, which is looking a bit more concerning for oh my. But yeah, I still, while that's good for Crockett, I don't know if it's enough, considering everything else going on right now. He says he's trying to fix a problem on it, so he took it down for the time being. Okay, all right. Still nothing in Toth. Hasn't been updated in about an hour. Gonzalez still raking in votes, still beating him. Colin Allred dropped about 4 minutes ago. There's a little bit of an update here. That's Bexar County again. I mean, I don't. Oh wow, Garcia's in the lead now in that county. I don't know who on earth was in the lead like 10 minutes ago even, but yeah, it's going to be a runoff in this district. They still all have over 20%. None of them are even going to be able to probably break 35% even. Forget 50. California Democratic Chair urges weak gubernatorial candidates to drop out. That means the Democrats are scared. Interesting. Yeah, if Tallarico wins, then the Democrats nationally aren't going to let him leave for like a decade and a half at least. So, I mean, it really comes down to what we're going to be looking at here. Let's back up. Nope. Okay. 6.1%. We're waiting for more drops from the urban regions here. Still waiting on more of that. 61.25% from Harris. 70 and a quarter from Dallas. Few more counties out on the east side expected to go in for Crockett. Again, this is basically dead even, and she's winning all of these counties on the east. Look at Jefferson, that's supposed to be 2-1. It's more than 2-1. So some of these counties that are like heavy black voter counties, she's more than doing what she needs to. So she on the eastern coast is not coast, eastern border, she is more than dominating with black voters. It's just not materializing elsewhere. Right? Like Grimes, I guess she's doing a little bit okay in, right? But I mean, Montgomery, Tallarico, pretty sure, yeah, nope, he's winning it by 20. Yeah, I honestly think that it's becoming a bit more and more clear basically by the minute, but still can't jump the gun too quickly. John Cornyn, I think I actually just saw that go down a little bit, so that means that someone did a recount somewhere. Cornyn dominating in Travis County, dominating in Williamson, so both of those are going very heavily for the more moderate candidates. And now we have a projection from DDHQ, but they jumped the gun. they do almost all the time. You can't. Not necessarily sure that you can't say that Hunt's not going to win, because he's not. Hunt's not going to win. Hunt's not even going to get in a runoff. But you can't say that Cornyn isn't going to win outright tonight. If you look at the remaining votes, 21-point margin in Dallas with 31,000 votes. 61,000 with 10, that's 6,100 vote margin. That's, I don't even know. You can't quite call it yet. And so they always try to be first. And they still apparently just don't get that jumping the gun makes you look like a fool when you do end up getting it wrong. Lujan all of a sudden jumping to a 38. Oh, that's not the same one. That's the Republicans. Lujan with 38% of the vote there. Still nothing in the past hour. 10:21 p.m. We do have some more votes coming in. Herrera down by 5. Nothing coming in yet from 33rd still. And nothing coming in since 10:12 p.m. or 9:45 for the 35th district. Dallas County here, we're still waiting for a third of the vote to come in. If Cornyn can pick up enough, then he's going to end up just winning outright. Same thing down in Travis. He's winning strongly there. If he ends up picking up enough of the Harris County vote, all three of those together could carry him to victory outright, breaking 50%. So that they need to sit and relax and chill and take a breather for a minute. Before they just try to be ahead of everybody else and like be like, I got it, right? You can't just have that be your entire goal. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna. I think a little bit more dropped in from Colin. I can't quite tell though. Is this back up yet? Nope. But wow, Lubbock's taking his time. Talerico ahead by 18. $530 subscribers. Wild. I had 500 not all that long ago. Man. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks. I love campaign seasons. 2/3 of the vote in Tarrant, 70% in Dallas. Still just waiting. Republicans, I mean, okay, Henderson got a drop. Now they're over 95% in. Harris is still only half in, and it's still got that, hasn't been updated in 2 hours. Come on, guys, let's go. Pick it up. Pick it up, man. Pick it up. That is pretty irritating. And so, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be like easy. Let's just say it does go to a runoff, right? Because it probably is. It's not likely that you're gonna end up with a yeah, whatever. It's unlikely you're going to end up with a situation that Cornyn's breaking 50%, but it's not impossible. And so you can't make these projections quite yet. So we're waiting at that 1.368 million votes cast. We're looking at 1.5 million. We have reached 1.5 million votes counted for the Democratic primary. That's more than 2022 in total, I'm pretty sure. Steve Toth still poised to defeat Dan Crenshaw. Still have not had an update in over an hour. Gonzalez, now we have another update here. Gonzalez is ahead by 5.34%. I don't get how Herrera's winning. I mean, is he too conservative for the district? I know he's very pro 2A and things like that, but is he too conservative for the district? Like, I mean, I get El Paso and like Bexar, but these central ones too? All right, well. All Red still ahead. No update since 14 minutes ago. Watch is going to swip for All Red. Will you look at that? Wow, isn't that insane? Who could have guessed? They're always right, guys. They're always right. Something in my throat. My bad. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if everybody went to bed. Because, like, we're waiting on results right now. Can we please keep going? 10:27 p.m. Another update here. Just a few trickling votes coming in here, and, 21 points in Dallas. We're at now that's now 2/3 of the vote reporting in Dallas for the Republicans there. Remaining vote 22-point margin. If we had it broken down by when the votes were cast, and we found, for example, that like election day was more towards Paxton, then we'd be able to call it right now. But I don't have that information. Generally, I'd expect it probably would be that way, but I just don't know. I don't have any way to be able to tell. I hope the guy from Ireland is asleep by now. Belgium. My bad, Belgium. Yeah, that was 4 hours ago. It's 5:30 in the morning. Two-thirds in, 60% in, 60% in, 64% in, 57% in. That is basically just like the baseline there, kind of. I mean, we're looking at still no big vote drops in any of the big urban regions. I don't think. We're looking at the same numbers that we have been for a while. Even El Paso hasn't made any movements. Yes, the 6 big cities of Texas: El Paso, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Dallas, and Lubbock. Lubbock, Texas, the 6th big city of Texas. The actual 6th big city is Laredo, down there in Hidalgo County. I mean, we are like right on the edge here. Let me see if this is back up yet. Nope, still no. All right, well. Just a few more counties filling in over here. Nothing huge. Republicans here still tallying up these votes. 2/3 of the vote is in here, and we're looking, still waiting for these Hispanic counties here: Valverde, Edwards, Kinney, Maverick, Dimmitt is 2/3 in here. Starr County is going to be definitely interesting. Of course, it's a very right-trending county. Has been right-trending for a while here. Dem primaries been primary for the past 2 weeks. NYC, oh, that was a primary last year, wasn't it? Hidalgo County doing pretty well there for themselves. Cornyn's working very well where the more establishmentarian Republicans are and where you'd expect them to be. So, I don't think it's going to be easy for him to win everything over because you have all these Hunt voters out, especially over here, right? This one, for example, Cornyn's not reaching 50% of the vote in this county. So is that a sign that he would lose this county? Maybe, right? 46%, barely 50%, right? Is Paxton going to be able to get enough of these voters from Wesley Hunt to be able to defeat Cornyn in what is likely to be a runoff? Right? So, in what is likely to be a runoff, is this going to end up being a contest that is going to end up being on a runoff? And so now in the Democratic primary, we do still have a good few chunk of votes left, but that's still not back up. I don't know why. There's one more county here, Aurora, winning by a large amount there. Still not necessarily enough, though. He's still down by 5.2% here. In the 23rd, 5.25%. Oh, you can move these. Ooh. We'll have them in order. Toth still ahead. All red is ahead still by, now that's 12 points, dropped in a little bit more there from some of those regions. And so that's definitely going to be, I mean, there's not much to be able to extrapolate from this because it's literally just one county. And we don't have precinct level data. That's weird. Crockett is doing better in Denton than Collin County. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Colin Allred's probably going to be able to pull that one off. There's going to be a runoff here at some point. It's going to go to a runoff, as I've said. Also going to go to a runoff here. Both 35 Democrats and Republicans are going to have runoffs here. That's not a question at this point in time. It is, in fact, just straight up going to happen. Right? She's doing ridiculously well with black voters, it looks like. I mean, she is outperforming all of her necessary numbers in all of these predominantly black voter areas. It's just she's not doing anything else anywhere. She's losing Potter County relatively considerably, and now we're at 95% reporting there. Dude, this is not necessarily what I expected, but okay. Montgomery plus 12, looking at plus 20, right? She's not reaching these benchmarks. She's not reaching these like internal, okay, a few more counties in here, but I mean, it's not remaining. We still have these huge margins left. I don't have anything to do the math for me. I'm going to have them for the midterms. I guarantee it. But I don't have anything to do the math for me to figure out whether or not Cornyn can reasonably reach 50% at this point. It's a relatively big question whether or not he's going to be able to reach 50%, obviously, because, like, you know, is this race going to continue even further? That would be terrible. For well, as a lot of people would say that's pretty bad. Not many people are fans, especially in Texas, of the very back and forth. And I mean, necessarily competitive races aren't very fun to usually live in. A lot of advertising, pelting your brain all the time. 10:36 p.m. on the East Coast. We're still waiting on results in the Texas Senate for Democrats and for Republicans. Neither of them have been called yet by ETN. In any case, Colin Allred ahead by 12 points in the 33rd district. The 2nd district, Crenshaw very likely to lose. The 23rd district, Gonzalez likely to hold on somehow. I'm very surprised that this actually ended up turning out this way, but you still do have about a quarter of the vote reporting, and it's still not looking great for Herrera. He's sitting at 40% of the vote. He's not getting enough as he needs in these rural regions. Both of these are going to go to runoffs. The question is who. Lujan likely solidified his way into the runoff here with 11,803 votes right now. The question is it going to be Cruz or Furman that also makes it into the runoff against him? And then for the Republicans, it is anybody's game because all of them have over 20% of the vote. Republicans, the question is whether or not tonight we're going to have a Cornyn outright victory or a Cornyn-Paxton runoff at this point. I don't think that Ken Paxton is going to win outright tonight. Right now, just based on the numbers that I'm seeing, I don't see a scenario in which Paxton can get the required numbers in order to be able to win. So, again, they called it as a runoff. I am not yet confident in doing that. So, he's only ahead by 3. This is actually a lot closer than probably quite a few people thought, and he's also ahead just in the first place in the general vote here. Meanwhile, you know, it was expected that he was probably going to win potentially outright, maybe getting close to like 48% of the vote. He's at flat 40, which is obviously a bit less than 48. Still not back up yet. You can see here Dallas, huge numbers here. We're looking at what's left, and it looks to be roughly even. Crockett ahead by 8. That's probably going to be a bit less than that. Tallarico, all over here. Those are a little bit larger than these. Then you also have Travis. You also have Williamson. You also have Bexar. And so now we're looking at the I mean, I'm still surprised that Herrera's not winning relatively decisively, right? It's still too close to call. Too close to call. But it is... It's more than I'd expect for a scandal-plagued incumbent like Gonzalez, especially when Crenshaw is going to lose by potentially up to 20 points. I mean, it's really... Oh, wow, look at that. 2 ties. Huh. Interesting. Nothing in. Oh my word. No, 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 no. Tallarico is ahead by 6 points. Crockett has 1/3 of the vote to make up 6 points, and it's not really looking like it's there. Things aren't changing much. Oh wow, big dump came in from Dallas. Cornyn, I don't know. All right, well, this is a bit. I don't know what it. Are they like allergic to counting votes or something? I don't understand what's going on. Up 1040, another little update here. Yeah, it looks like Toth is going to end up winning. No, that is not correct. That's not the right numbers. May 26th. Brutal. So, what we're looking at here is basically just an upset in the 2nd district and an upset in the 23rd that the incumbent isn't going to lose. So, I'm a little bit confused on that front. But whatever. I don't really. All right. So that's what we're looking at there, and oh wow. Hold up. Okay. All right. We now do have a projection to make at 10:44 p.m. on the East Coast. We can now project that Texas Republicans will have a runoff for the Senate election that will take place on May 26th of this year. May 26th, there will be a runoff between Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of the state of Texas, versus incumbent Senator John Cornyn. Cornyn versus Paxton will continue on. Neither will reach 50% of the vote. There's just not enough remaining for Cornyn in order to be able to break a 50% margin anywhere. And so with that, we can make that projection now that there will be a runoff and there will be 2.5 more months of campaigning in the state of Texas. Unfortunately enough, for Texans there who I bet are tired of their media market being flooded, neither is going to reach 50%. So that is the projection to be made now at 10:44 p.m. on the East Coast. And I mean, it's 770 posts. Holy cow. Oh my word, what is that? Yeah, I'm trying to find a coalition in this Texas Republican primary, and I can't find one. It makes no sense. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett has lost Crockett County. So that's essentially done. Honestly, things are looking good for Blex's 2 more months of Republican fighting. Yeah, generally, I mean, that's what you'd want, right? A runoff election there as far as that goes, but it's not going to be pretty for the media market. It's not going to be probably not appreciated by the Texans there. So, oh well. Elections are as elections are. It happens. But honestly, I do see potentially this night ending very soon. Alex Holiday has defeated Brian Renshaw in Arkansas District 50 special election. Ran for the same seat and lost by 2 points in 2024. So that did in fact end up actually happening. Yep, there we go. The Civic API ETN decision desk has projected that. So there's that. I don't know, man. So basically, we're running up against the fact that people in the inner metro regions here just don't want to count votes. We're sitting at 2/3 in, 70% in, 62% in, 69% in, 63, 63, 61, 69, like everywhere in any of the even semi-urban ones. I don't know if it's a positive impact or if it's just that nobody really cares. I'm going to be so honest. I don't know if anybody actually just straight up cares, or I doubt it's a positive impact. I bet it's just more of like a whatever, who cares sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's not gonna go over well considering the fact that they're now looking down the barrel at more dollars spent, because they're gonna have to as far as the establishment goes, they're gonna have to fund Cornyn. So still not back up. Yeah, I'm just gonna close it at this point. They're gonna have to fund Cornyn, right? The Senate leadership fund and whatever is gonna have to fund Cornyn. They can't have him lose. That would be beyond embarrassing. I mean, he did manage to win outright here, but still not very not a level of victory that you want to see. Right? Only down by 3. Less than that here. Looks like, oh, good. Looks like they're basically completely caught up now. So that's nice. Democrats, Talarico +3 right now. If we look down here, it's +6. ETN can now project Toth as the winner. We don't have a graphic for that, but we can project that Toth is in fact the winner of the 2nd congressional district here in the northern chunk of Harris County. There's nothing here. Like, he's been losing like all day, so all night. So that's it. That's another race down. Gonzalez is still leading. It's down to 5 now. So where are these votes left? Valverde, 3,300 votes. That is the motherload of what's left. Basically, nothing's left here. Ooh, that's... I don't know. I think Gonzalez is going to win. I think Gonzalez at this point is going to win. I don't see that there's going to be any... I don't see any... Man. Colin Allred still ahead by a huge margin here, 11 points, 11 and a half against Julie Johnson, potentially being able to DC her. Funny thing is, actually, he is a, obviously, in case you can't tell, he is a black man, but Julie Johnson was endorsed by the Black Caucus or whatever, so that's kind of funny. But turns out that doesn't even matter, apparently, and he might end up winning. Yeah, I feel that. But there are about 25,000 votes remaining. They could go Johnson's way. Can't know for sure yet. Runoff. Likely? Likely be a runoff. He's only short, 4.5. Probably. Oh, wow. Okay. Little district. Almost certainly. I'll put it that way. Almost certainly. Almost certainly will be a runoff. Between Johnson and Allred. The question there is who's gonna end up winning on that one. And then you still have these two. Who's gonna end up being in the runoff? Who knows? Who knows? Cornyn still doing well in these deep urban regions that he's been looking at doing well in the whole time. Still nothing in Harris. Jeez. They need to, like... My gosh. They're just not... Hold on. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. No, still no. Goodness gracious. This is actually getting pretty irritating at this point. I mean, the fact that you still aren't getting anything in. Okay, congratulations, Matagorda County now, 90.5% in. Crockett leading, not surprising. That's like a few hundred votes now. 20,000 vote lead as far as that goes. I'm still just waiting for basically anything else to happen here. There's no real... 2/3 of the vote is in. 10:54 p.m. last updated. 10:53. Another little update. Herrera still down by 4 points. 4 points. Uvalde still a little bit more. Herrera is leading by a good bit there, but he's probably only got maybe a net 30 vote surplus there. Maybe net 20 out of Brewster. Net 10 out of Terrell. Net 1 or 2 out of Loving. Net 1 out of Crane. Right? So, I mean, we're net -1 out of Crane. net -1 out of Reagan, net -1 out of Schleicher. But then we're looking at net minus like 200 in Bexar, net -200 in El Paso. Where is he going to get those 200 from? I'm finding it increasingly difficult to be able to find that out, right? Where are those numbers going to be coming from? And they don't seem to have a source that would be needed for a victory. So I am 10:56 p.m. I don't even know where these vote drops are coming from at this point. It's just, slowly trudging its way on in. Anyway, any questions? Anything they want me to look over? Any analysis want to look through? Maybe check over some results in some other districts, other seats, other whatever. Please feel free to let me know. I'd love to. We are just sitting waiting for these to come through. At this point, we're just waiting on. Whoa, hold up. Hold on. That there. Boom, boom. Boom, take those out. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 take those out. That will be that. That remainder, that there. Those, that's pretty even on those question there's. Man. If Houston County would just drop, then we'll be fine. Houston County here, very right trending county, but even then, Harris got 800,000 votes. Clinton got 700,000. Biden got 910,000. It is the second largest county by population in the entire country. What do you make of the court rulings in Texas? Which ones? There have been so many recently. I don't even know which ones you could be talking about, because I mean, there's just so many rulings these days. It feels like it's just so many. I mean, there was the one originally about keeping their new map. There was the one that just happened tonight about not keeping Dallas open longer. Whoa. Hassan slide incoming, everybody. All right? Look, we knew it was happening. Hassan is tied 1-1 in King County with Talarico. We did it. Hassan slide incoming right now. Yes, that one, that was a request made by Ken Paxton to actually overturn that. The state Supreme Court did in fact confirm it. And so they overturned the lower court ruling, and that is why we got the Dallas results as quote-unquote early as we did. Generally, the more you get to vote, the better. Just a general rule, right? The more democracy, the better. But, doesn't show what's reporting and what's not, but that seems inverted. Um, Give me a minute here. I'm comparing stuff here right now. Come on. Don't be shy. Come on. Herrera down under 5 points now. Under 5 points. Oh, whoops. Oof. Herrera starting to pull up a little bit there, but I mean, still you're looking at only half the vote in. 90% in Bexar now. I think that actually was a little bit of a closing the gap right there with 700 views. Wow. Wow. Thank you, everybody. And I mean, but you're only looking at half in El Paso, and that's gonna pretty much pacify you there. 57% El Paso right there. Looking at Kennedy County, basically barely any. That's interesting. 1.5 million votes crossed in the Republican primary right here. It is now 11:03 p.m. on the East Coast. Two-thirds of the voters in Dallas County. I almost guarantee that what these counties are doing is just sitting, waiting on and sitting on their numbers right now, so they can drop it all at once and then just be completely done. I almost guarantee you that's what they're doing right now. Is that they are sitting on their ballots. I mean, eh. He's at 42. If Trump had endorsed Cornyn, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. They're so close at this point. It's not like it was 48%. It's not like he's sitting at like 48% or anything. It's not like, oh my goodness, it's so close. If only Trump had endorsed one of them, whatever, right? It's just right. It's just yeah. Cornyn Did Cornyn take the lead in Harris County, or was he ahead the whole time? I don't even remember. At this point, I don't remember. So oh, that narrowed up again. Now it's down to 3.8%. This is gonna go into a runoff. Gonzalez isn't gonna break 50. Gonzalez isn't breaking 50. So this is going to go into a runoff. ETN can now project that the 23rd House District is going to go into a runoff. Gonzalez nor Herrera will reach 50% of the vote, meaning that they will run against each other in a runoff in May, meaning that the fate of this congressional district will be put off yet again. In some alternate reality, Trump endorsed Hunt. There's an insane three-way race. I mean, not really. He only got 13% of the vote. I don't even know if a Trump endorsement would have saved him. Because the more heavy Trumpian vote would have been split between Ken Paxton and Wesley Hunt. And so I still think it would have been a runoff. It might have been a runoff between Cornyn and Hunt, and then Hunt winning the runoff, for example. But I don't think that it would make enough of a difference there to actually give the contest to I mean, it's just at this point. Colin Allred, still nothing coming in for a while though. Let's peep what's going on here. Ooh, nothing coming in for a while from here. There's another little drop. Any other contests you guys want me to show? Because I can just look at basically any of them. Because there's not really much going on right now. What happened? Something happened in Texas for the Democrats. They recalled Williamson's votes, and Crockett is now only down by 4. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden Williamson County's results completely vanished, and now it says that hasn't been updated since July. I don't know if that's a problem with Decision Desk HQ, or if I mean, it wasn't even here in the first place, so I don't know what happened here, or if no, Williamson disappeared for the GOP too. Looks like Williamson made a countywide recall of some sort, so I don't know exactly what is going on here, but I mean, I'm unsure about what happened, but yeah, like why did it drop out of nowhere? Because that completely just ditched like his entire lead. Now we're down to 2/3 reporting again. Like we were nearing 70, and then it dropped all the way down to. All right. Well, either way, we know this is going to go to a runoff. Not surprising. We know this is going to go to a runoff. This is going to go to a runoff. This is going to go to a runoff. And oh, now it's down to 3 points. And this is probably going to go to a runoff as well. So basically everything is just going to go to a runoff. Just bring everything over to May. Why not? Just for fun. Oh, Tallarico was winning it by like 30. He lost an entire 2.5 points of margin when they retracted it. It was like 65-35. It was absurdly purple. So I'm not sure what happened, but they did completely retract all of the votes from Williamson County. And now we're down back below 2/3 of the vote reporting here. Yeah. Rockwall being red by 0.2%. Jeez. Or purple, pink, yellow, green, whatever color it is. Oh, really? Someone spill a drink on the board or what? Yeah, I mean, we were over 1.6 million counted, and now it's down to 1.575. So that just completely dropped. And now we do actually have a projection from DDHQ that Lujan versus Cruz will be the runoff happening in May in the 35th district. No incumbent is here. This is a newly drawn district. We can, I think we basically made a projection that was going to be a runoff anyway a while ago, but that is now essentially official. It's not in theory official yet for the Democrats. All of them are over 20%. Unsure who is going to end up taking the helm there. Made the call for Texas Senate prediction in... Yeah, there are a million Hassan bills in Williamson. I know, they're trying to, like, stop the Hassan slide, but you just can't. You just can't. Everyone wants Ahmad Hassan, dude. Like, you can't stop it. All right. We made the projection for that runoff already half an hour ago, which is wild how slow this is going now. But yeah, I mean, we kind of need to wait for Williamson to come back now at this point. I don't even know what their deal is. There's still so many counties that haven't even reported anything yet either. Like Llano County right there. Newton County. Titus. Fannin. Castro. These four. Maverick, Kinney, Edwards, Valverde. Duval. Dewitt. Llano. Now Williamson. And Eastland. Those counties that I just listed have not reported a single vote in either primary, and their polls have been closed for 3.25 hours. Respectfully, could you get on with it? Like, let's go. %66% of precincts reporting. We're still awaiting results there. There we go. We got a few more drops in some of these smaller counties. Still nothing in Williamson, though. Talarico is ahead by under 4 points now. I mean... All right, let's take a look at some of these, just some of these other races. Just some fun stuff here. Just keep scrolling, keep scrolling. North Carolina U.S. House 4. Oh my goodness, that was close. Holy cow. I think Fushi... Yeah, Fushi... 1.4% narrowly narrowly. Look at that again. Wait, look at that. They expected Alum to win at about 7 p.m. yesterday, and then all of a sudden 7 p.m. today, all of a sudden Fushi's the one that's favored. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, she's gonna win. That, yeah, close. Seriously. Yeah, wow. Okay. She only narrowly avoided being primaried here, so I mean, obviously that's pretty big. She will in fact go on to then run for and probably very easily win this district. I mean, if we look at the district that we are talking about here, the district in question is this. She won by 45 and 3/4 in 2024. I don't think she's really going to have much of a contest. This was the only match she had to worry about. Let's see. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Na 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 na. State house, 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 state house. All of the state house. And then just all of a sudden, sure. Okay, why not? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All state house, state senate stuff there, right? That's all it is. But yeah, she narrowly managed to avoid that. Gonzalez and Herrera will go to a runoff in May, the May 23rd date, whatever thingy, right? Did every single vote in Texas just stop getting counted? Whatever. No, they're still counting. It's just they're counting slowly. Like, Republicans complain all the time about not being able to count votes quickly or whatever, but their biggest state is just as bad at this as California. Like, this is taking forever. Like, Florida, we'd have 99% of the vote in already, and like even a race that was down to dozens of votes, we'd know who won. But Texas, this is a 4-point race, 4.4-point race, and we still have no idea. We still have no idea who's going to win. Like, what is going on here, dude? Come on. Pick it up already. It's kind of absurd. Fact of the matter here is that they're really gonna. Oh, my goodness gracious! No, stop. Go away. I don't care. Go away. Go away. Shut up. Williamson, we already basically know that that's a heavy Talarico sink or whatever. So, I mean, we're looking at that initially. Texas House 35. This is really what I'm curious about here. Apparently it doesn't save on all of them like the other stuff does, which is a little bit irritating, but it's okay. All red still winning, updated a minute ago. Now winning by even more against Julie Johnson. I think this is really just starting to be more set in stone. I think that Lyra's probably going to get locked out of this, but it's just, I don't know, man. It's just not, he's just not performing well enough anywhere. Lyra isn't first place in any county. He's second place yeah, he's only even second place in this one, right? In Carnes, which is the smallest one. All right, well. It's 11:21 p.m. on the East Coast, and we do now feel comfortable making a huge projection right now. We can now project at ETN that James Tallarico has won the nomination for the Senate for the Democratic Party in Texas in what some see as a major, important piece to a potential victory in Texas later this year in November. Generally seen as the more electable candidate out of the two who ran in the primary, James Tallarico will now ascend to the general election without any runoff contest, which will definitely help him as well, as he hopes to defeat whoever ends up getting nominated for the Republicans, whoever that ends up being. Will definitely have quite a bit of a challenge, as James Tallarico is quite a formidable opponent, but we have now projected at 11:22 p.m. on the East Coast that James Tallarico has won the nomination for the Democratic Party. So, we're still waiting on those votes coming in from Williamson. I don't necessarily get what's going on as far as that goes, but yeah. Honestly, I don't really know if I can change this to tilt, just because I don't even know if Paxton's going to even be the nominee. I mean, you can probably drop it down to like just to under 3 points now, because Tallarico is the nominee, but I don't think I can even drop it to tilt at this point. I don't know if I can actually... I don't know. Point is essentially that, I'm gonna add these because I'm curious about just being able to watch them at this point, even though we do, of course, have projections for both. But yes, we do have a few winners now tonight. We can project that James Tallarico will be the nominee for the Democratic Party for Senate in Texas. We can project that Ken Paxton and John Cornyn will advance to a runoff in May to face off against each other. We can also project that there will be a runoff in the 35th District, and Lear will likely not be in it. We can project that... actually, we don't have any projections yet in that contest. We can project that Herrera and Gonzalez will go to a runoff. That is also that day in the end of May. And we can project also, I don't know. So that's about it. Oh my word. As long as Mike Pence has the courage. Well, took a little while. All right. Just took a little bit. She has, in fact, lost Crockett County. Very disappointing, very sad. But oh well. It happens. I mean, it's really just down to, this contest here, more or less. I mean, it's... Yeah. I'm curious if Herrera's going to end up winning the final margin. I think he's probably not, so it really depends. These are voters that didn't want to probably go with someone as conservative as Herrera, but don't want to vote Gonzalez. So I'm wondering if they're just not going to show up to vote in the runoff, or if they're just going to swallow their pride and vote for Herrera because they don't want Gonzalez. So that's the question for the runoff, obviously, later. And so, that's definitely a big crucial thing that we're going to be looking at later in May, which is way after tons of other actual primaries and stuff. But because all that's done, we're just going to be waiting for a few more things. We're going to be done at midnight here, so that's going to be when our stream's going to be done. So I wonder if they're going to drop Williamson, because I want to see that heavy lead taken. We did project that. I think there was another drop out of El Paso. None of these big ones have dropped more. Oh, Dallas dropped a little bit more. Not what I meant to type. No, I'm not. That's still pretty good, though. Wow. That's still pretty good. for a liberal judge in Arkansas. That's pretty good. Not winning Jefferson, though, is really weird. Like, how are you doing this well? How are you only down by 13, but you're not winning, like, any of the Black Belt or Jefferson County? I'm very confused. All right. Oh, well. I mean, Clark County, that's going to be part of it. Washington County, right? These smaller cities, and these margins are actually devastatingly low. 20 points, right? 17, just barely 30. Usually these are like 50 plus for conservative. So I mean, I guess that's it was only 1 point earlier. That's who made the post about it, and so that's how I saw it. It was only a 1 point. I mean, here's the thing. So now that that's done, we have how many contests going to runoffs? This one, 1, maybe 2, right? I don't know if all red's going to break 50%. Maybe 2, and then you got 3, 4. The other house contest that happened on a little bit earlier, that's 5. So basically half of the races that happened tonight will end up going to has seen enough. Thousands. Yep, I've seen enough. Gonzalez. Yep. We beat him to it. All right, look at that. Wasserman has been wrong before, though, so that's the thing. Wow. After failing terribly in the New Jersey gubernatorial, Emerson College looks like they nailed the margin. They got 52-47-1 with undecided push. Now, again, Williamson is probably going to actually add an entire percentage to James Tallarico's margin. But then you also have a good chunk in from Houston left, a good bit left from Dallas, some from Tarrant, right? Not too much from Bexar, from El Paso. These are probably going to be negligible. But it's probably going to be relatively close to their final numbers. So that's definitely quite an interesting focus point there, I guess. If you guys aren't already, make sure to follow us on our socials. We post all our projections and such. But also make sure to subscribe. We do stuff like this. Subscribe. I don't know how I just completely flubbed that out. I don't know why they're still waiting on Williamson. I'm not 100% sure what's going on. This is the part of the night that kind of is just really boring. You just sit here and just kind of just watch. There's only so much to say at this point. Actually, what happened here is that the Hispanic vote looks like it is actually going to go to Paxton, which is very interesting, considering the fact that I probably wouldn't, not only just wouldn't have expected it, right? But, but then you do actually have the urban region of El Paso going to Cornyn. You have some of these urban-esque regions down here going to Cornyn as well, down in the southern part, even though they're heavily Hispanic. Same thing over here. You have Bexar, you have Travis, you have Hayes, narrowly Harris, you have Dallas, Tarrant, Denton, and Collin counties, all going for Cornyn. That's going to be important part of his coalition to be the more generic centrist-esque establishment Republicans. Randomly, these ones throughout the central part of the state and up in the northern panhandle is not something I had expected to see. But I guarantee that Cornyn's not disappointed. They're now down to a 1.5 point difference between their vote counts. So that's interesting. But some of these outer counties, a lot of these outer counties are all going to be for Paxton. For the Democrats, Tallarico easily being able to win the white vote, being able to win the Hispanic vote very strongly. Crockett probably completely dominating the black vote. I mean, that's completely all over here. But it wasn't enough. We have projected that James Tallarico has won the nomination for the Democratic Party, if you did miss that, as well as that John Cornyn and Ken Paxton will go to a runoff, which will take place in May. So, not just May, late May, May 26th. I don't know if Texas is really usually this slow. This is pretty brutal. I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it to midnight. This is getting pretty laggy. Up to 70% in now, and that's even without Williamson. So yeah, at this point, it's completely over. We did make a projection a little while ago that Tallarico has in fact been named the winner in the contest here. Hmm. All right, well, at this point in the night, there's really not much else to say. The vote is going to continue to come in slowly. According to estimates, it's probably going to be relatively close to about a 5-6 point margin for Tallarico at the end of the night. He's going to gain a solid point from Williamson. He's going to lose a little bit statewide just because of Houston, what's left there. But, I mean, if he actually knows margin, he might actually be able to get a little bit better. But and then Williamson is going to gain a whole point. So that is, in fact, going to be the end for that contest there. Republicans, this is going to settle a little bit. I think that Cornyn's probably going to end up being about a point ahead of Paxton. And that's probably about it there. They're going to go to a runoff on the end of May. There's going to be a runoff here. I honestly have no idea who's going to end up being in this runoff. But whoever ends up running there will end up being against the winner of this contest, De La Cruz versus Lujan, which is going to be at the end of May, which is another one that's going to end up being there. Then you have Galindo. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Lira. It's probably going to be Galindo via Garcia at this point, since we're about 2/3 of the vote reporting. I'd be surprised if Moyes can actually end up pulling things together, but it's not impossible. There's still 1/3 of the vote reporting. But considering that most of the remaining vote is from Bexar, which is where Galindo is leading, versus Garcia, those two are probably going to be gaining the most from this. So I'd be shocked if that actually ends up doing too well there. Colin Allred is very likely to win this contest, defeating incumbent Julie Johnson here in what the markets would call an upset, because, you know, whatever. Again, more proof. Betting markets are not predictions. So, why? Well, anyway. And then finally, Gonzalez v. Herrera are going to go to a runoff, also going to be at the end of May. That could be very chaotic, because, of course, Gonzalez has a lot of scandals. He's going to narrowly be able to make this out in a squeaker. There's just not enough votes left to be able to give Herrera a straight-up victory, or even Gonzalez a straight-up victory. I don't know why they're not calling it already. But the main two races here tonight, James Tallarico will be the Democratic nominee for Senate in November, and he will be able to build up his brand statewide, and hopefully for the Democrats, as they have hoped before, that he will finally be able to flip it blue for the first time since 1988. Is that just completely hopium? Who knows? Only time will be able to tell. Meanwhile, the Republicans are still in turmoil. Ken Paxton and John Cornyn are going to go to a runoff. Neither will reach 50%. They will go to a runoff, which will take place on May, I believe, 27th. And so they will end up having to spend more money and things to attack each other. May 26th, actually. And if Cornyn does end up winning, then that is probably going to be relatively good for the Republicans. But even after all that, if Ken Paxton ends up winning, that could spell doom for the Republican Party, even in the state of Texas. Thank you all so much for watching this live stream. We've been up for 4.5 hours now. making projections all night. Make sure to subscribe if you have not already. If you're not already, we do content for American, Canadian, and Australian elections as well. And we also let me just get this real quick. Also, make sure to follow us on our socials to stay up to date on election news as it breaks. We're on Twitter, we're on Threads, we are on Blue Sky. All of those, we share big projections, regular prediction updates, and more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, have a fantastic rest of your night. Good night.